Hello baby gangsters, this is Calvin, also known as Romer, and this is my first ever playthrough of Genshin Impact. Look at the Dawn Winery. I've only been playing like 11 months, but this is like the most nostalgic place in the world right now. It's so nostalgic. This is the final part of Act 5 of Fontaine. Look how pretty, like, Mondstadt was just like in the first second you got here, like it's just so freaking pretty. This is the first area and it's still so gorgeous. The reason I'm here, by the way, is probably I just like was probably like healing myself or something like that, especially with Hu Tao, who uses a lot of HP. Today we're going to be doing that quest. We have to go to Nouvelette's office. The team we're using today doesn't have a name yet. It's just the team I was using to practice with Hu Tao. We might use it for a little bit today. I'm not sure what's the best course of action here. Since it is going to be Act 5, I might just use like my most powerful team today, which either would be relaxed or also cute. They're legit, like, oh yeah, Chevros, I don't know, I think Chevros is here because I was probably filming something for something else, the previous video. Where's Eula? Or Eula as well. Eula is pretty powerful too. I think we'll go with Eula. Because what I'm thinking about is like, you know, I'm talking about boss battles, right? You're talking about like big boss battles in Act 5 is usually the way. And Eula is a boss killer. Like, Eula is very good at fighting bosses, and so is, like, you know what, like a lot of my characters have. But like, I remember like Eula was like the girl that carried me through so many aspects of the early game of Genshin, and still does. If I need to get some bosses, like some boss items, Eula's there for me. She's there. Okay, so let's start off with going to Nouvelette. I'm very nervous. I'm very nervous. Whenever we go to Nouvelette's office, it's obviously like, you know, very, oh, there's like less people here than before. Yeah, it was very crowded. And there's Sadine. Hello, Sadine, how are you? Hope all is well.
You're here, finally.
Finally?
Is something wrong?
Yeah.
Monsieur Nouvelette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Wait, already? What has happened? Oh my god, and they're like standing like
I said, I've already explained everything.
Fighting game screen almost across from each other.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us.
Oh no.
It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not?
What is happening? Like, I need to know, I need to know.
This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Yes.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again.
So he's talking about like averting the prophecy.
I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Nouvelette is like, you know, he's very like being very forceful here, right? Because obviously time is of the essence. We already had people die.
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
And Focalor was on those slates as well. The way they do this, like it's such like a Fontaine thing, right? The like the split screen conversations as well. I think they did such a good job with the presentation of this whole Archon quest.
The prophecy?
Yeah.
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous
Nouvelette
Archon?
really feels like she does have that information.
My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin.
Celestia.
If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Usually, like, I'm like a world-class yapper through a lot of these scenes. I just feel very tense.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
Oh my god. And he's like, he gave her a chance to just open up about all this stuff as well. He's now gonna open up
There are
himself.
several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly.
So, like, kind of what she said to the knave, in a way.
This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, so, like, she has been investigating. We saw the conversation before with the knave when, like, she said, like, actually, I've been, like, doing something. And the knave's like, oh, tell me what? And then she kind of, like, backed down a little bit. Oh, God.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
See, she resorts then, you know, after, you know, when she gets, like, a little bit, like, backed into a corner into that performance aspect again.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it.
Well, okay.
There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead.
All right. All right.
Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
I don't know how I feel about this scene at all. Like, I'm like, it's just so tense. I don't know if she's trying to convince herself that she has everything sorted, or if she actually has everything sorted.
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again.
And she's like using like that power that she is, like, you know, above, you know, I guess in a way above Nervalette, saying like, hey, this is done. This is done.
Oh, the opera's about to start.
The opera right now? Right now? She's running. She's running. Her face.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her.
Her face
She was
looked...
smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
Here's the thing though, like, you saw a smile. I don't know, I saw the eyes, and the eyes didn't look like they were like... Right? The eyes didn't look like they were too happy. She seems deeply troubled. She seems to be deliberately hiding something, yeah.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Yeah.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. And like what he's saying is that, like, yeah, it's like we need to understand stuff better. Like, we're like get through this. We need to like talk it out, right? But she seems to be like, again, like we saw it there. Like, what's the first thing she did when she was backed into a corner? She resorted to like doing a performance again, to like, you know, to doing the big laugh, the big hearty laugh that, you know, that everyone knows Farina for her. I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is. And she's probably, like, I think her running past us is probably symbolic of her, like, you know, maybe running away from it a little bit. Because it is a lot of pressure. And it's a lot to like, have to, like, deal with.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to.
Okay.
We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must
What?
have the Hydro
What?
Archon experience
What?
just such a scenario.
You're gonna put the Hydro Archon on trial?
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties,
This is insane.
and do what we can.
We're about to put an Archon on trial
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will need help. And that's the thing. It's very like, you know, the situation is dire. Like, it's like people have died. We saw, you know, there's a reason like we came here so fast. There's a reason why he's like, you know, not being his usual kind of like very put together self. He's being very authoritative with Farina. And the reason for that is because everything is so nuts right now. We will need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
I think I know who to call. A few days later, on a boat somewhere quiet in Poisson.
Well, that's everyone, huh?
That's everyone.
Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Okay. I mean, no, yeah, Farina's not going to come down here.
just involved in a disaster.
Oh my god,
so
Lynette!
it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world,
Yeah?
huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
No way. This is what
It's
we
nice
called.
to enjoy tea
This,
here,
that's
you know?
so freaking
Care
good.
for a cup?
Oh my god.
Lend me your ears,
Navia.
everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
That's Fremine. Look at this sweet. Look at him, little freckles. Look at him. This is so freaking cool. It's like, I don't know. It's like everyone coming together with this stuff as well. Like with Navia, like with the House of the Hearth members.
Me? No. I don't think I can.
Fremine's okay. He doesn't have to speak if he doesn't want to.
Then, how about you, good sir?
And this
I
is so.
fear that
Look at
I
this.
will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Oh my god, but no, I'm sorry, I'm just so I'm so amazing, everyone is so all here together. It's so cool.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
Navia, we're just lucky to have you in general, full stop. And
That was a
Clarande.
little long-winded, don't you think?
Jesus Christ, this is everyone is here.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh my god. This is the crew. Navia, the House of the Hearth members, Clarande, Nervalette. This is the crew.
Oh, how intriguing.
No, the word intriguing was made to come out of Linny's mouth.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause,
I'm so
please.
happy. The relationship between Navia and Clarande is so much better. Yeah, you can clap. Navia's allowed clap for eternally. They played this music a lot, by the way, during Navia's chapter 2. They played it a lot.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice.
Oh my god.
You might even pick up some fancy oratory
I'm
tricks
so
to impress
happy.
your boss with in the future.
I know the situation is dire. I'm not stupid, right? The situation is dire, but these type of moments are why I love Genshin when remember similarly in Sumeru when all the characters met at the inn at that time and everyone was coming together for the final mission, and then in Inazuma when everyone showed up at the Raiden's doorstep all together, Kazuha and Goru and everyone was there. It's those moments. And the moment that the freaking in the battle against the god on the pier in Liyue Harbor as well, when we all came together at Deval, it's such a good. I love it. It's when everyone comes together. It's my favorite thing in the world, and it is what Genshin is to me in so many ways. Which is and people look down on the idea of friendship as a big overarching theme, but in Genshin that means so much. It powers the story. It powers all these emotions that we have. The story moves forward because we have so many people that we care about. Holy hell.
I see. And what does my boss say?
What does the boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
This is insane. This is the greatest tea party I've ever been at.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger.
Oh, wow.
As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
If you wanted to count, it counts. You did such a good job.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components.
Great, look at that shot.
Bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
Yes.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Sweetheart. Absolute sweetheart. Sweetheart in 10 halves. Are you kidding me?
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
No, and we love it. We love it.
I'm afraid
We
I
love a
can't claim
multitasker.
that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like
Okay.
placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach.
Okay.
That's the kind of method I would count on.
And honestly, sometimes the simpler methods always work. You know what they do? Look at this boy. Look at this boy.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
Heck yeah. Best at their job. Fremine.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal.
A mechanical
Papa
animal?
once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind.
Oh, okay, okay.
I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
Oh my god, calling back.
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
That's so sweet as well. I'm sorry, but like this, like I said before, like it means so much to me. Clorinde and Navia, like just talking again.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks.
Very analytical is Neuvillette.
But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A
Wow.
more gentle trap would be ideal.
Again, the most gentle soul on the planet. Just again, it's like, you know, born to be a gentle king, forced to lock in is Neuvillette. You know what I mean? That's Neuvillette's whole life.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Yes, because I think Neuvillette's trying to say, if we're talking about like trapping Farina somehow in like some situation here, if that's what we're talking about, I'm pretty sure we all would agree that we'd want it to be as safe as possible, right?
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
If you want it for every day, we'll go hunting together.
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god.
I love this.
Being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Like, look at the shots that they're having in this scene here as well. That's right. So yeah, it's like again, it's like more. Again, we're hunting, but we're not hunting like a rabbit. We're not hunting a pigeon. We're not catching fish. This is a god. This is a god.
Oh, so that's what's going on.
It's crazy.
Sounds very interesting.
Coloran's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt because that is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Farina reached such a dire stage. What you need is simply the secret she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters of foretold prophecy. So they're basically telling us, you are about to be sacrilegious. You are going against a god here. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. So it's interesting. Again, it is like the pure idea of like an analogy, right? Like it's like without actually hurting anybody. The idea of like us hunting, go to the speed of the Rizula base, okay. The idea that we're like going hunting, but it's not in a way that's like trying to harm Farina or hurt Farina. We are trying to like get her to a space like we would as an animal, get them to a place of like that they basically like in the spilling all of the secrets could be like seen as like the animal like I guess letting their guard down completely and then us being able to catch them, right? Or maybe even like, you know, you could say that like spilling all the secrets is like after you catch the animal as well. Like it's like you basically have like control of that situation then. But I totally agree with what Rivulet's saying. Obviously we're not going to be hurting our poor girl at this stage. I'm super excited. By the way, guys, I will say as well for anyone who's like super interested going forward, there'll be only 2 Genshin videos this week. And basically, our 2 Genshin Let's Play videos this week. It'll be this one, which will be the full rest of the Archon quest, and then Saturday we'll be doing Farina's story quest, and then on Friday and Sunday you'll have a special video that's related to Genshin, but it's not the Genshin Let's Play. It's just we've been going so hard with this stuff, and I know this quest is going to be super long, and the Farina story quest is going to be super important too, that I feel like it's important to kind of like, not pumping the brakes is not what I'm saying, but it's important to like kind of like, let everything rest, because this is going to be apparently a big deal. It's Act 5 of a quest. Of course it's going to be a big deal. It's massive.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure did make me hungry. And it's also just interesting like having everybody like, Farina, who is like a god, right? Like here's the we fought gods before. We fought the Radiant Shogun. We have fought the Radiant Shogun. So we have been sacrilegious in ways before. We have conversed with gods. We've been around gods a lot. We have done that constantly, like over time. Like we've seen so many gods. We're friends with like all of them at this stage, apart from I guess you could say I'd say we're good. Like we could eventually be friends with Farina, right? But I feel like we have to get a lot closer with her as well. But I feel like it's one of those situations that this time around, the god has directly asked us, do not pry, not asked us, but asked Neuvillette, do not pry into this. Because of course that would be seen as sacrilegious. Like if a god declares something and then you go against it. Those meetings sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh?
It's a big situation, like especially what happened in Poisson.
Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Well, yeah, Fremine is like a sweetheart. Do you feel more confident after the meeting, Paimon?
Well...
How do you feel? Be honest.
It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this
Yeah?
sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure
Oh,
will do
Paimon, I
great.
fil that way about you.
After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Is something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't. What? Wait, what?
What's that?
What is that?
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Yeah, what?
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Freaking way. It's freaking it's Mona's teacher.
Who's that voice? But there's no one
No, this is so insane.
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar.
Yes.
From the sky in Sumeru.
Yes.
The voice from the sky, I
Inversion in
fear that
Genesis.
description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus
This is
came
insane.
to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Who are you and what do you want with us? I'm sorry, this isn't, it's someone from, ever since we did that event, obviously, like, the Hexen Circle has been so interesting to me. And now we're gonna have to, like, we're getting to talk to someone from this. Who are you and what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Right, so it's not, obviously, like, I thought for a second that it was gonna be, the teacher of Mona. It's Nicole. It's freaking Nicole. This is insane. Like, I have chills. We're talking to someone from the Hexen Circle. Like, it's insane. Will Fontaine's prophecy come true? Oh yeah, we have to, like, here's to me just going nuts because we're here talking to someone from the freaking Hexen Circle. We're talking to Nicole after all this time. But in reality, there's such a serious situation going on right now. Like, there's so many other questions I'd like to ask too, but we have to ask about the prophecy.
The prophecy. Yes.
It's Nicole, yeah.
What has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
The history of the freaking future, Nicole. What are you saying?
What? Then is there any way we can
She's
stop
saying it's
it?
gonna happen. She's saying it's a fact because history is facts.
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Can there really be no exceptions? But what about us as a descender? What about us as a descender?
So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in
God.
hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
So where the gods can't see?
Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
My lord, my lord, my lord, I can't get over the fact that we're talking to Nicole.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of
Oh,
scary.
Paimon, this stuff is terrifying. This stuff is so terrifying, but I'm just so overwhelmed right now. The teacup is just about gone as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Stop! What is my part, though? What is my part?
This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your
No,
hospitality. Well, that'll be
No!
all for today.
No!
Voice. It's gone.
That is, what a build. What a build for this. Mage N, is this the clue you're leaving for us? The unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. You lie in bed for a long time. When you wake up, someone seems to be outside.
What? I want to hear someone talking.
Hold on a second here. We're going back to look at that for a second. Unless we can look at it from here. No, we can't, because it's a different conversation. I want to go back and look at this for a second here. The last lines in that conversation, at least. No, it's even further than this. So maybe 3 minutes? I'm sorry, but I want to go back for a second here. I'm not gonna listen to myself going crazy again, I can't. Here it is. Is it? It sounds, okay. Where is it here?
Usually only the future as seen from the perspective.
Yeah, could things be happening in places that God's gaze does not fall?
Could things be perceived?
All things that you shall see different from fate. All things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive. Is that us? Just us individually can see things differently from the way the gods can see it? Sounds kind of scary. I believe you understand some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Some things we'll have to let go, but some things we can change. It must have something to do with the fact that we are a descender, or at least that we're on the outside of this story, right? We're not supposed to be here in this story. We're not. We're not supposed to be a part of this prophecy. The prophecy didn't expect someone who's not from here a part of the story. And then and again, look at what happened with the Anne of Narcissus, that quest. We changed that whole quest because we weren't a part of the story. In version of Genesis, we were from the outside perspective as well. We've been changing stories and changing everything about this world because we are from the outside, because we are an outside perspective. Any fate and prophecy that is supposed to happen, we're there to like put a spanner in those works.
All right, come here.
You're getting more jealous. I love Paimon like.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
No, it's okay, Paimon.
Well,
It's Mona!
I see I've
Oh my
hooked on
god,
some
what a
lively
freaking
banter.
quest.
Mona!
Yeah, how have you been these past few days? I'm so happy to see you again.
Fine, just fine.
Oh my god.
I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting
You're incredible.
than I expected.
You are incredible. You are the most incredible person who ever lived.
Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat. with
Okay.
her.
I mean, that's smart. Like, I think I would be kind of that way as well if there was a disaster coming and, like, I wasn't given many assurances from, like, you know, Focalor, our god, or Nervalette yet, because Nervalette doesn't know what he can say to everyone without lying, you know, because we don't know how we're going to save everyone. Or from Navia, like, who's trying her best. I'd probably try to get out there, get out of here with my family.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was
Charlotte.
I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist?
She's fantastic, isn't she, Mona? She's fantastic.
I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
I think that's incredible coming from Mona, right?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible.
And I'm
for
probably
once.
going to calm Paimon down a bit too.
Yes, about what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old
Wait.
hag. I'll try again tonight.
That's
but
okay. So I thought
wouldn't get your
Mona.
hopes up.
I legitimately thought Mona went to her old hag B, right? I went and said hey, can you talk to them? And then B was like, actually, Nicole, can you do it? Right? And Nicole's like, okay, I'll do it. But actually, what happened was Nicole just sensed we needed this information. We needed a talk. We needed a conversation. Someone already came over.
Huh?
Yeah, Nicole. Nicole came over. You tell them about your mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon.
Yeah.
Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
Are we the blind spot, though? Are we the blind spot?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
I just got chills because that means more than one thing, doesn't it always?
But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Yeah, what an amazing way to put it. Like, the last time we talked to her was when we were literally, like, you know, changing the past. Not changing the past, but changing the memories of the past, right? Changing the stories of the past.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yeah, it was pretty difficult, but, like...
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect
Yes.
she means that there is still a way to turn things around.
Yes.
She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Maybe we're gonna figure it out later on, yeah. True, her words were meant as helpful hint, but when will you realize their value and meaning? Was the best answer that my question could have gotten.
Traveler, Paimon, are you two alright?
Well, everything's better, like, you know, when you're here. Honestly, it's so fantastic to have you around. It's like, it just blows my mind that we're seeing you in Fontaine.
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming. thing, you know?
And like, it's so weird because, again, because we're, like... Paimon's saying, I guess it's like, yeah, it feels like the end of the world for a lot of people.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too.
Oh, wow.
I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed.
Voice performance here, by the way.
But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful.
Wow. This voice performance as well, like, cause you know, like, seeing Mona and like even her story quest, like she wasn't always like this serious, you know?
Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't.
Oh my god.
Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Mona!
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that.
Don't be ever sorry.
The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get
No,
going.
no, talk about anything you want. Don't worry about it, Mona, and thank you. Thank you so much.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did.
And this is just Mona being here and talking to us in this way in such like a thoughtful tone. It just shows how much we've affected people throughout this whole story.
I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
And I love it. Man, Mona, you better show up again.
My mom feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too.
Yeah, and that's a great way to describe it. Like, it is like this feeling of like, it's like, yeah, you can change your fate, but fate is terrifying. The idea of like something happening where you can't stop it is terrifying. But also on the other hand, you could say like, well, it was fate that I met Paimon, and that's beautiful.
Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Yeah, no problem.
Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Yeah, that's no problem whatsoever. We're going to the newsstand. Okay. Yeah, like I love I love Mona showing up here again. Right, by the way, it's just again, it adds so much to the game. It shows that the game is like smart about its characters. I've talked about this several times before where like in some games, I complain about this a lot. In some games they will have characters where like I always use the analogy of like old Bill can fix cars. He's very good at it. Okay, we got him to fix the car. But that was his only mission. It's like, wait, but later on we like have a car that's broken down. Yeah, but we need a new character for this mission. It's because we're introducing a new character. It's like, wait, no, but Bill can fix the car. It's like, okay, we have something of fate and like the idea of prophecies. Mona. And this game's like, yeah, Mona. Why wouldn't Mona be interested in this? Why wouldn't Mona, who's a good person, be, you know, interested in this?
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Maybe we're famous?
Let Paimon see.
That's kind of that makes me nervous.
The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it.
Okay.
My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
No.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress.
I'm thinking generally like that like this sounds like we just been sent to prison.
So while the fortress's interior remains
But it was nice
a
the way
mystery
to writing it.
behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in space.
She's a great writer. We love Charlotte.
Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
No, I do love Charlotte a lot.
Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed.
Yeah, she's good at that. She's good at that.
She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
That sure seems to be the case.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
No, but like I think that's like so good. The only time when we noticed when she was taking pictures of other people was when we were trying to protect someone else, you know? That's really cool. Continue moving forward. Where are we going now? To the restaurant? Yeah, that's really cool. Really, really cool. And like, again, like I said, we trust Charlotte. She's a great writer.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something?
Yeah, whatever
to
you want.
eat?
Get whatever you want. Oh, it's empty. Oh no, I thought it was gonna be empty. There's some people here.
Hey, quick! Look!
That's...
That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
It hasn't already sold out for the day?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation we were in.
So excited.
Let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great.
We can't let anyone get ahead of us. I love when we're someone just together.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all.
Is that Sinead?
Wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are
Sidine,
you here to
sorry,
buy
Sinead.
cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
That's what he said about us. It's so funny. Like I'll do that sometimes with names where I'll be like I'll say a name right at the start of a video because I think I said Sinead at the start of it. Then later I'll be like Sinead, you know?
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
And you were right too. You get as much cake and coffee as you want, Sinead.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
That's no, I think it's so, I just got, like, I feel like nearly crying for a second for some reason, just because I think it's so sweet, like, they're showing this in this game, like, it's such a natural thing to have, like, a routine, and that routine can sometimes get you through the day.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Why would it close? She's asked the question.
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise
Jesus.
tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Paimon. Would Paimon's voice actor, would they do this type of voice acting and like they do the soft voice and the sad voice? It kills me.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No. Still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
Why is that line hitting me? The idea that like, hey, yeah, like tomorrow we might not have cake, but does that mean we shouldn't have cake today?
No. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on.
Exactly.
That's what people call living, you know.
Holy hell, Sidine, with the wisdom. The absolute wisdom.
Don't be sad. Excuse me,
Don't
could
be
I have
sad.
2 more slices of cake to go?
No way, Sidine. No, you don't have to treat us.
These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
But you don't have to do that for us. We like seriously.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things
That's
about
amazing.
humans.
That's amazing. And I love that they're still learning about humans as well. This is why hating on them in any way was always dumb. You know, they always made an attempt to learn about the humans. And I even I talked about that like in the freaking Ancient Colors quest. A lot of the hobbies that they have, they're learning from the humans. They have such appreciation for the idea of like human hobbies.
She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily.
Yes.
And you can
Yes.
only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
Honestly, it works sometimes.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
You are a sweetheart. You are the ultimate sweetheart. Are you kidding me? Do you want me to pay for your cake? You can pay for ours, I'll pay for yours, because they...
And there she goes.
And there she goes, but it says, okay, Paimon hopes to see you later. You know what? This happens sometimes, but that, again, the amount of words they have to translate in this game and change and put the dialogue through everything, like, I will never be like, oh my god, they got it wrong. Like, who gives a damn? Who gives a damn? They do so much work in this game.
All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
This is amazing.
It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with the sip
This
of
is-
tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow.
This is such an interesting part of the quest because we went to talk about Charlotte, right? And like Charlotte's appreciation for us. Then we talked to Sadine, you know, who like, you know, in my opinion, in this scene, like while it is to show us like, hey, don't just like give up on life now because, you know, even if there isn't a tomorrow, still live your life today. Enjoy the life you have today. You can't live like just looking into the future constantly like that. But I think it's also trying to show us like, they're turning off the lights and it's going to be in here too long. They're like, oh, Romer's yapping, turn off the lights. I really feel like it is a situation where they're kind of like trying to show us like not only all the good things about Fontaine, but like all of the like the things that like we have like gotten like close to in Durham Fontaine, whether it be like the Melusines or or Charlotte, or like, you know, we pass by the Steambird, we come in here to this restaurant to eat some cake, like we meet a Melusine, we talk to Linny, we talk to Lynette, we talked to Fremine, we talked to Navia, Cloran, Nervalette all in one scene. We saw Farina walking by us, you know. We talked to Ryzik at the start of this quest. We talked to Sigewinne as well. There is a really big thing in here where they're kind of trying to show us like all the amazing things about Fontaine and why we would love to save it too, even though we were going to try and save it anyway.
Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so interesting, like Sadine having like one of the most like thoughtful moments ever, and like this thing, the Melusines have like always have like very like interesting things to teach us, and I always think of it that way. But it's such a beautiful sentiment.
Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Paimon coming ready for a fight. But at least the pictures look good. I don't know, I'm feeling very somber right now. I'm feeling like, you know, I would do anything to protect this place. And we're not even fully... Oh, it's Charlotte. We're not even fully done our journey yet.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick morals!
Can we negotiate a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though.
Apparently not. It's hard to get us a letter, I bet.
It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some
No, you
food.
keep it. Are you serious? No. Stop.
Really? Well, you're the best!
No, she's amazing, but like, you don't need to give us a thing.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Yeah, Paimon is sold.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you.
Oh my god.
Her name's Mona.
What you think of Mona?
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist.
She's fantastic, right?
So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that your hair is amazing and your design is so clean and nice. It's like so like almost simplistic, but like in a way that like is like detailed as well, if that makes sense. There's like details that are very germane to you, but it's not like over the top at all. She said that all about you.
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice.
Nice.
In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary
Yeah.
Traveler and
Anytime. Anytime.
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and
No,
experienced.
for sure. I'd love to. You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah. Are we even qualified enough?
Okay. I get being modest, and I'm so in love with us being modest. Like, everywhere we go, people hear about us. At this point, it makes sense that someone want to interview us at this stage.
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Right.
Oh. In that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Making plans for the future, by the way.
I've still got a question for you.
And what's that?
That's a cool shot as she's halfway up the stairs.
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow.
if you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing, Charlotte.
From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but
No.
I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy.
It's like all this, the talk with Sadine, the talk with you, it's hitting me so hard, man. It does feel like what Paimon says, it does feel like it's the end of times almost, right? It does feel that way. The energy is feeling this way, like we're talking to people like about like what they would do today. You know, we made plans for the future here that we're not sure if will even come to pass now. You know, it's scary, but like it's just like every time we talk to these characters, it's hitting me even more.
Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible.
I adore this character.
I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
Respect. The amount of respect I have.
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
These feelings, man. I'm telling you how crazy this is getting.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies
No, she's
her.
amazing. She's absolutely amazing, and what an amazing answer as well.
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
I'm still like I'm still like kind of hit by like the conversations with Sadine and Charlotte. Like it does feel like, you know, like even though there's like a lot of hope in those conversations, you know what I mean? It's like it always reminds me of the coffee scene from Monster where you talk about like how like even though it's like, oh, I would just want to do things I like today, it also like brings up emotions to me of like, well, I want to protect that. I want to protect your tea and coffee. You know, I want to protect you putting sugar in your tea. I want to protect you having that cake at lunch. I want to protect you, you know, following your dream of being a journalist. You know, you want to protect all those little dreams that everyone has and all those big dreams that people have. You want to protect them. You really do. And look at us going, like, having a stroll around the city before everything, like, could be submerged underwater.
Paimon's been thinking.
Yeah?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go
What
and
a
what would we do?
freaking question.
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like
I want to know what you'd like to do as well, Paimon. If I could choose. It's just like Charlotte says, suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Why am I so sad already? Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on. I'm sure there's nothing we would like more to do than to just keep journeying with you, Paimon.
You mean, still traveling?
I am in tears already. Cherish every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Yeah, and like the fact that things will end someday is what makes them so special, right? The banter goes back and forth between you two as time goes by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you conducts the interview. Oh, great, we did conduct the interview, great. In the Spina de Rizzula safe house at the Flou Sandra. No, oh, the picture. Navi, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo of the two of you as well. All goes well. This is amazing.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Hi, Isadora.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
So are you under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Well, yeah, did something happen?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
What do you mean?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious.
Yeah, but still.
Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis.
Oh no, holy... Oh no.
And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
Protests against the Archon. We know we had a rebellion against Archon, but it seems so, like, organized. Like, the idea of, like, I know the rebellion was organized as well, but, like, the idea of, like a small-scale riot and a protest happening due to, like, the Archon who was once revered, like, loved by everybody. The prophecy has changed everyone's feelings on it.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
Paimon, that's so smart. That's so freaking smart. People want something to blame.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
That's so true for, like, a lot of aspects of life. You know? The person you rely on, you know, is also the person that you'll blame if things go wrong. You know, the leader that you had for so long was fantastic for the longest time, and he's responsible for every good thing that's happened to you. But as soon as something bad happens, bro, we lost this fight in the field, in the war, because of you. Forget about those 10 other battles we won. Not saying that Farina did, but I'm saying they already revered her and loved her.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left
That sounds
in a hurry.
very Farina. That sounds very Farina.
The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still
So no one can find her. And it's a very, like, Farina thing to be like, I'm tired of this. But, like, honestly, Farina, like, again, I still just think back to her crying in her room by herself. And I just don't want her to be crying alone by herself either.
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her. But we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god, after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
We know personally that she was crying on the ground as... I know they're not harbingers, but you know what I mean? Like, she doesn't have the same power that we think she might have. I understand the situation, or at least not the courage to use that power.
Good. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry. This is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Thank you.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
The smile on her face as well, look at this.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Wait, so... Monsieur did tell me to send you a position, but he didn't say anything else. He said, that said, I think about worry. She's a god after all. Don't worry, there's more enough to go on and keep us informed. So we think she's gone to... Do we think she's gone to Poisson? You should have gone quickly.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
So Poisson, okay.
And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone.
Of course not.
When Nervillat was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today.
Right.
Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
I think see becoming a detective's done you some good.
In that case,
Yeah,
there's
she's
not
Detective
a lot to
Paimon.
lose. Poisson, here we come!
No, I love that. I love that's her answer to all this as well. This is like such a crazy quest so far. Like everything's all coming together. Like there's like a lot of very somber. I know I'm doing this. We can just head to Poisson. A lot of somber like natures to it as well. I think as well like it's like it's a combination of trying to show us like how everyone feels in Fontaine about all this that's happening. How everyone's just trying to live their life and keep going. But it's also now trying to show us as well. There's also people who are like extremely worried and like understandably so, extremely freaking worried about what's happening here. And I love the idea, not love the ideas and love it like as I love it's happening, but like in story wise, it makes perfect sense that like, you know, these people who like loved Farina and adored her for so long, all of a sudden they're like, F Farina, you know, what have you ever done for us, you know? And that happens all the time because in a lot of ways, like when it comes to like leaders and say even like someone like who's a leading, I know it's like a bad example, but like someone who's like leading an army, for example, you're only as good as your last battle. And a lot of the good, again, it's one of those things where it's like, if you praise the sun, if you were like someone who like worshipped the sun, and for years, the sun...
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
And because of the, is that Farina down there? It is. She's standing right there. But yeah, like you would be kind of like, no, it's different. And the reason why it's different from the sun is that like people would be like, the sun is punishing us. The sun is punishing us because if things go wrong, because you know, because that just affirms their beliefs. The sun is being bad. Oh, the sun is killing us. But then like with Farina, because Farina is a living like person, as someone who is like there in front of them that they can see them move, they can see them touch things. Like they find it so easy to just turn to like hatred because they're like, well, look, I find it easy to hate people, so. Oh, Farina, she breaks my freaking heart. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it really is like this thing where it's like, because she is like there, you know, and you can talk to her, it's way easier to get angry at her than as it would be with a god who hides himself all the time.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Stay quiet for now?
Mm-hmm.
You do, well, yeah, I would never shush Paimon.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
Like, again, especially with people telling her that she's the one who has to do something as well, which I understand, like, as the Archon, you do have to, like, kind of protect your land. But there has to be so much, like, this has to kill her.
I'm sorry.
Oh
I'm
my
so
god, Farina.
Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out.
There is point. There is so much points in holding out.
I'm sorry.
This is heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking.
What can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
It's almost like she feels hopeless or helpless in this situation. Like she can't help anybody. Farina.
Who's that?
It's us. It's us.
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
Yeah, we're not gonna say anything. We're not gonna force you to come back with us or anything like this. Like, we're just gonna talk. There it is. There it is.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
This is like almost more sad to me than even the tears. The fact that she, like, you know, like was able to like flick that switch so quickly into the, you know, into that performance again.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
It breaks my heart. It's breaking my freaking heart. This facade. It's breaking my heart.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts.
And what this means, and when she's saying this, the disturb enjoying that, what she really means is like, is not like, oh, this uncivilized rabble. What she means is like, I don't, like, I can't comprehend what happened. I don't want to face what happened. So it's easier for me just to kind of like, if I outwardly say I'm like disengaging with, and other people still think I don't care. They'll still think I'm the same Farina, so they won't bother me as much.
They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson.
Farina.
I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found.
Is that why you ran away, though?
Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Again, like this, it's almost more heartbreaking than seeing like direct tears. You know what I mean? It's like, it's to have to feel like you have to put up this like facade all the time. This must be exhausting. Exhausting. Stop trying to act tough, Farina. It's okay.
Of course not.
It's us. Do you know what we've seen in this world?
Hey, there she is. The Hydro Archon's over there.
Oh, stop for a second. I understand by the way, before anyone says it in the comments, I understand why people will be upset. I understand why people are scared. It's not going to help anything just going over and like, like, in what world is it going to help?
Quick, after her.
After her? Like, what is that going to do?
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are... They're just some
No,
fans
Farina.
who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
Oh my god, this is so heartbreaking.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off.
Holy hell, it's so like, it's uncomfortable and in such a sad way.
Quick, we have to catch up with her.
And again, like I said there, I totally 100% understand that the people are terrified. Of course, they're looking for someone to like, you know, to help, to fix things, right? That's what they're looking for. I'm not stupid when it comes to this stuff. But people sometimes have to learn two things can be true at once. Yes, people can be worried, and also I can try and protect Farina from like clearly this emotional and mental damage that she's going through right now. Two things can be true at once.
There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them.
Lucas, you can trust us. You can trust us.
What is this place?
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
You never been in a place like this?
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
She breaks my freaking heart. And I don't know if that's like an expression in
Paimon's exhausted.
in all countries, by the way. Usually, like, I just know from growing up, breaks my heart isn't just like, oh, you're hurting me or anything like this. It's more just like, you know, like you look at them and you're kind of like, oh, they're, you know, you don't want them to be upset. You know, you're kind of just like, you know, when they're upset, it hurts you, is what you say. You know what I mean? It breaks your heart.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
This place is not what it's a Lori voice. These places are not insulated, for sure.
You're right.
Yeah. See, again, even there, like, you know, like, look, she goes from, I'm merely giving to the, you know, the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. I nearly give it, and then like, oh, you're right, because again, she doesn't want to be heard.
Yep, that's a good girl.
That's a good girl? What was that?
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster, oh no.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in
Oh
Poisson,
no.
didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
The panic in her
Well,
eyes.
there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right.
Do you hear that? Do you hear that with that tone there? That's like the real Farina, right?
But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Farina finally reached her limit? Now she's talking about her actual feelings. She's starting to look far less stiff. Yes, everything feels so much more open.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
Do you hear this tone of voice? Do you hear this tone of voice? It's so different.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time.
So she's been desperately trying to find this stuff. It's moving me so much, going from the Farina we usually know to hearing the fry in the voice, the low tone, the looking down, there's no hands on the hips right now. There's no like big performance. She's not projecting to anybody. She's just talking to two people individually. Because Farina's the type of person, even when she was in a room with Nervalette on by themselves, she was projecting her voice as if she was talking to the back of a theater.
We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
It would also mean that all hope would disappear. She sees it as being free. That is horrifying. The idea that, like, if she, again, like, I can totally understand where she's come from, because, like, obviously not, like, in a way that you can relate to it, but, like, understand what she's saying. She's saying that if, like, this prophecy did just, if she knew for a fact that this prophecy would happen no matter what, and she knew for a fact that no matter what she does, it was futile, at least then she can rest, and she can know, okay, there's nothing I can do.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives.
Her voice is killing me, man. It's killing me.
But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come,
yes,
it's still not too late.
Oh, Farina, I love it. I love it.
Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now.
Oh my god.
I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
This is even more worrying. The fact that she's like, oh, like, now I opened myself up, and she feels like she can only open herself up for like a few seconds before she has to go back into this mode here. Farina, it's so worrying.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
If you need, we could help. Everyone could help so much here. We really could.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Yeah. We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one, like, because I have to get more information out of her. For you might, yeah, exactly. You don't have to shoulder this alone at all. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden.
Up until 2 days ago, they loved, up until 4 days ago, they loved you to death.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still confide in someone. Just share with me. I'm what you call a witness. Again, this is like lending to the idea of us being like outsiders, us being outside the story.
A witness.
Yes.
Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
We are literally just witnessing the story, and we're affecting it, and we're changing it from the outside.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Yeah? There's no time left, please, friend. Just spit it out. Wait, we're gonna... What? Right now? It's okay. It's okay. We can do it. The music, holy hell. That music is spelling doom. What the... What? What? Are you joking? Are you joking me? What? What? How? I mean, it's magic, but...
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
I have I thought it was like an earthquake or something. They brought the freaking box here? They brought the cage here?
Now, without further
What?
ado, we may proceed to the trial of our
Holy
god.
freaking hell. Did we know about this? The look on Frida's face there made me want to cry my eyes out when she saw she was trapped here.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you
And she's
took
back
to
into performance
raise the
mode.
dramatic stakes.
This is an insane turn of events. The fact that he even thought to do this.
Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal
A Nouveau
to
standing
stand
again.
trial?
Again, the presence is off the charts. I'm sorry, I need a second because this is insane. Did we lead her? Did we lead her into that home and then they carried the home out of there? Or did we even know about this? We must have, like, to lead her into that one spot. She was about to open up. She was about to open up to us about everything that was happening. She was about to do it. And like, imagine, like, again, by the way, you know, it's like before again, I'm just gonna say this right now, like, because it's us trying to save Fontaine. But there is symbolism here, again, that we're in a metal cage that she thought she was secure in. It falls apart, and she's back in this cage again, this courtroom.
In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor.
And
through a
Cloran
duel.
there as well. A duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
The first time we got here, she challenged us to a duel, and we said, yes, we'll do it, and then she backed down. It's rough, man. It's rough, isn't it?
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
This is insane. This is crazy.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
Yeah. A god surrendering.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender?
Exactly.
To a
Exactly.
human?
And we know she surrendered to a Harbinger. We know she technically surrendered to us in a way as well, but through performance.
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Oh god, don't you guys start. Dissatisfied audience, please do not start.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
This has so many complicated emotions through, like, weave throughout this whole thing. It's so, like that was the plan all along, to bring her to that one place in Poisson. But wait, because Nouvelle was like, hey, like, do you want to go look for her? So like, I wonder if he knew we'd go look for her. You know what I mean? Shushing people in the crowd.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
That's her MO. Her whole life is her trying to, like, excuse things, and her whole life is, like, again, putting up her performance. We talked about this.
I raise
raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be
Insane.
necessary.
Absolutely crazy. Like, the fact that, like, that we've even gotten to this point, this is incredible. This is incredible. We're about to put an Archon on trial.
I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes.
And that's Farina's real voice. That's like her voice when she is like showing like all of her real emotions.
You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I too am exceedingly disappointed in myself.
And we know this is true. We know this is more than true.
But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve.
This is incredible. This whole thing.
I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice.
Holy freaking hell. We're putting an Archon on trial.
This time, I will protect you.
I will protect you. Does she mean everyone here?
Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera and the plays is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words.
The spin.
This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin.
Insane. This is so incredible. It's so crazy because like it's like this epic moment, right? Like it's like we're about to put an Archon on trial, like this amazing magic trick, and still there's like such an underlying sadness below every single part of it. Woohoo! And then just clapping audience members. Isn't this crazy? Like the prophecy's about to come true, but still people want a bit of entertainment.
Oh, now we're making
You see what I mean? Like, you guys might die soon. And it's about the performance to a lot of people still. Yeah, exactly, Nervalette. Exactly. Exactly. These people in this crowd might die soon. They were worried about dying 2 minutes ago, and now they're about to get a performance again. Because that's how people in Fontaine are. Like, they are more in tune with the idea of they love a performance. They love the idea of blurring the lines between justice and a performance.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes?
Pilot, the truth is because she's so freaking talented. She's so good at what she does. She's so good at performing. She's so good at commanding a room. Look what she did during the trial, the previous trial we had, when she came up when she realized she was embarrassed the first trial we did with Linny's trial. The second trial she did with Navia, she then came to accept everything because she didn't how am I sorry? I'm trying to speak clear. I'm so overwhelmed, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so flustered. The second try we did with her, she kind of like stood back a little bit because she's great at that aspect. She's like, okay, I won't get embarrassed again if I just like kind of like wait a bit and see what the truth is. I won't jump the gun this time because these people are really good. She is so good at commanding a room and changing her speech, changing what she says, understanding what room she's in, understanding who she's with at what times. She's so good at that stuff. And that's why they used to show her with Nervalette all the time. They showed her with the Knave because they showed her there's some people that just don't fall for that stuff.
Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
Oh my god, Paimon, I think that this is the biggest moment in her life. I think that she is feeling so serious about this.
All right, then.
My heart is pounding.
Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Us? Thank you, Rara. So this was planned.
Is that so? Very well.
Why am I gonna cry?
Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We were so close to getting to tell the truth and it still turned out like this in the end. 100%. Yes, and they didn't know that. I want to make it clear. Linny and Rivalette and Linny and Lynette and Linny and Lynette and Fremine and Cloran and Navi and all of them, they didn't understand. I'm so flustered. They didn't understand that we almost had her telling the truth. Right? They didn't understand that. It came to this in the end. It's okay though, as long as we can defeat Furina and Cord, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out. Look at this, look at this! Like, there's no way they could have known we were so close to it, right? We even told her to whisper. We told her to whisper so people couldn't hear anything. Oh my god.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial
Sure.
begins. Just how much work did you do to force
Oh my god, don't say that. I can't even look at myself. I can't even look at myself. I can't even, like, look at the screen right now. Don't say that.
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting
Yeah.
that day.
Yeah. And here's the thing again, I understand that we need to get her to tell the truth. We need to understand everything that's happening, what she found out about the prophecy. I understand this completely. I understand this. Again, like I said, two things can be true at once. I can still feel guilty as sin while also feeling like it had to be done in some ways, right? It's possible.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here, Navia.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
What? You faked a riot?
They changed into plain clothes and came to the opera house
Oh my
as regular
God.
audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you.
Cause that makes sense, like why like a lot of the crowd now is so like into the idea of like Frida doing a court case now again. But like look at this whole art style, by the way, is incredible. Like with the way it's like cut out, like it's like a ripped piece of paper, and the way like Navi's like, you know, and both Navi and Farina's hats are like coming over the top of the picture.
The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as
Yep.
more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we
So-
needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame.
So actually, that's more interesting than what I thought then as well, because it's not just the idea that like they like the people in the crowd are just like the people in the crowd are always gonna love a performance, but actually what it is here is that it's like one of those situations where like everyone will stand up if one person stands up, right? If one person or three people, no, sorry, not one person. If four people stand up in a room and start shouting about something, four other people are gonna be like feel comfortable enough to actually express their feelings on that thing as well. That's how it kind of usually works.
Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
Jeez, and that was the guys who followed us down there as well.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
Linny, I'm not even sure I want to know how you did it.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's
So it
residence.
literally was a magic box.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human.
The way to describe that even. The way you could even describe that.
My thanks,
There's an
Farina.
Archon in your magic
Without
box.
your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome.
Again, there's that performance aspect.
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off.
The Fatui members making this magic box?
We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
No, that sounds insane. Look at this artwork as well.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
Oh my god, yes.
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that.
Then, I can guess Nervillette and
I mean,
Florence
I love that we
thought.
said sorry as well, because like making her think another disaster was coming is pretty terrifying. That's a pretty terrifying thing to you know, implement.
You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage,
Artwork
and
is
made
beautiful.
sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
This really is probably the greatest magic trick of all time, right? Like, legitimately.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
That's the thing, for we know you've backed down from like, and again, by the way, the first one was backed down from an accepted challenge. This was also a backing down from an accepted challenge. The second one was someone trying to attack her from behind and tried to threaten her, and that's when she backed out. Like, you know, again, even though she still didn't fight a Harbinger, which again, they've showed us in the past that Archons will fight the Harbingers, no problem, and they're not afraid. Not that they're not afraid of the Harbingers, but they will face a Harbinger.
Thank you.
You're taking the compliment. Let's take it.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your
Oh.
role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found
I
me
hope
in
she doesn't think of it
Poisson.
as like us, like I would love her to open up to us.
You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
You guessed wrong?
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. So, we hope that you'd share your secret before the magic box arrived to the stage. So basically, like, it was a time limit. Oh my god. So as we were going there, like, we were trying to get her to say something, and she was about to say something at the end, or at least like she was about to, about to open up at the end.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
Because we weren't going to stop, like, of course we weren't going to stop her when she was open up about the other stuff, like, of course.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done.
And the idea of missing your final chance in this context does not feel good.
The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial
Oh my
through
god, and the
to
point as
very
well.
end.
This is insane. I did not think we were going to be putting an Archon on trial. I did not think that we were going to have, like, any of this. Like, how could you? The only thing we do now is judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered about the conversation earlier. What did Frina want to say right before we arrived? Exactly. She was about to say something, but the time was up. And again, Linny and Nouvelette and all the crew, they didn't know this. They didn't know.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along.
Yeah?
This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
What is it?
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it,
Oh,
huh?
wow, okay.
Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened
Charlotte.
ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine.
Charlotte, you incredible person, you. Oh my god.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
It's super practical gift. I never would have thought of using it in this way for sure.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Yeah.
You defeated the Hydro
Holy
Archon
hell.
in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
And we have Charlotte narrating it.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
Let's read the stuff anyway, okay? A murder case unfolded in the midst of Linny and Lynette's first performance at the Grand Opera House. Though they were cleared of the accusations leveled against them, their identities as agents of the House to Heart were revealed. The water from the primordial sea. Over the years, Vache kidnapped and dissolved many young girls for his experiments to try and find a way to bring back his wife, who'd been dissolved. Yes, scumbag.
This is the first time Monsieur
My boy.
Nouvelette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Yes, this is gonna be a very big thing. I think it was the idea of like the actual oratories, the cardinal or oratories. It's like it's so nice to see his face, though. You know, so nice to see his face. What's happening with Child? This is still so crazy. Meeting with the knave.
Tui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
During the diplomatic meeting with the knave, she revealed that she had already probed Farina on her own and believes it possible that not only is Farina not really the Archon, but she's actually afflicted with some sort of curse. So this is also going to be... Oh my god, the build-up. that we've had in all this. The build-up. So we're going to be talking about Child's Conviction and the Oratrice and how it's like it was Neuvillette disagreed with. We're also probably going to be talking about the idea of like, is Farina the true Archon?
The fortress of Mirapede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
I'm sorry. Oh no, I didn't mean to. I tried to scroll down with the text and her. No, it's my bad. Let's go. There you go.
The fortress of Mirapede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
So the entrance to the Primordial Sea is sealed beneath the Forbidden Zone in the fortress of Mirapede, and recently the Primordial Sea has nearly broken out. It was only temporarily pushed back by Neuvillette's power. And I love Charlotte, by the way, talking about how like this was been a professional, amazing thing that would happen, you know?
According to
in
Monsieur
her professional
Neuvillette,
life.
both Child and that whale should have been in the Primordial Sea at that time.
You saw Child float in the sea in a dream, as well as an indescribably massive whale. So he's probably in like the primordial ocean somehow, which is crazy.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Same, Charlotte. I don't know what I would have done. I don't know if I would have deleted the game. If she died, I would have been so upset. While exploring the ruin near Poisson, it began to collapse and Navi fell into the water containing primordial seawater. Only the protection of the dead members of the Spina de Rizzula prevented her from dissolving. Insane.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably
This was
only
incredible.
be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Yeah, this is insane. We're just doing a trial against Farina. We're trialing an Archon.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position.
Oh.
The trial shall now begin.
Oh my god.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this.
That's true. And the thing is, like, while, like, I totally understand, like, from this perspective, it's like, it's sad. The performance is sad now, but it's still so impressive how good of, like, a performer she is.
Of course. It is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
I mean, she's not wrong. She's not wrong.
That's true. But my charge here is
What?
unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
We have Zach for this?
Instead,
What?
I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Holy freaking hell. This is what we're going with. This is it. And we not only have Zach for this, but we're trying to say that she's an Archon at all.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
This is insane. This is insane.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
This is going to be nuts. This is going to be nuts.
Charge accepted.
Just charge accepted.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
I'm so tense right now. This is huge. If this is what the trial is based on, this is massive.
Lady Farina.
I plead not
Okay.
guilty. How can I be
Okay.
guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all
what a
waters,
scene.
kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Okay, is this what we're taking it as? Is this what we're taking it as?
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
It is a huge claim. It's massive.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many
Fabio?
of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory.
Is anyone else like more tense than they've ever been in their lives?
See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor
Already?
Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld?
She's trying to stop this before it starts.
If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making
She's
a
stopping it at the door.
false
She wants to stop it at the door.
accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
She is just trying to put doubt in our mind and stop us before we even get past the door of the house into the party.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held beliefs.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
What a question as well, with the music in the background.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
The voice, can I say the voice performance is absolutely fantastic. Farina's voice actor is always incredible. I could think every, how do we know, what do we know to be special about Farina exactly? Okay, so we have the meeting with the knave, is that she has... You cursed? You cursed?
First of all, you may be a member
You
of
cursed?
another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
And then such is a curse. Such is a curse. Is she cursed to live forever? That's horrible.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words.
Do you see why I said she's so good at this? She knows that the word harbinger in the crowd is terrifying. So she's saying to every, she instantly puts that thing in the crowd where it's like, they're using a harbinger's words against me. It's the same thing that people do like in real court cases where they go, you're using a criminal's word? That doesn't really hold up in court, you know? It's so, like, she's fantastic at what she does, even if, like, we're going up against her. It doesn't matter who gave the information, what matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble
Are you serious? So
the type
this
of
is...
curse.
Okay, so we're going with this then.
But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Jesus Christ.
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
So Farina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Dude, it's so insane. When we started this whole thing, like, this whole quest started with us, like, literally getting confronted. Like, this whole Act 1 started with us getting confronted by Farina as the Archon, as a revered Archon.
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Oh my god.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being?
Yeah, we need to actually prove that aspect, don't we?
Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
Right, was that the only thing is that your only thing you're saying? Is that, like, just because they have the possession of authority? Then at that stage, Nouvelette's the biggest god I've ever met in my life.
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Annalise Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
She's so freaking good at this. Wait, the one trial proved the opposite. Farina actually had no control. Yes! Yes, when I say she's good at it, I'm not talking about the information, I'm talking about the actual, like, performance aspect as well, the way she speaks to the crowd. She's not doing it, you know, she's not doing a trial in a traditional sense. She is speaking to the crowd at all times. So what evidence proves that Farina was not the master Oratrice? It was child's conviction. Yeah. Who was that? She did not have any control over this.
Tried to reference the Oratrice.
I love Paimon's the, like, the...
You as confused
the
as all the
prosecutor here.
rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
She's doing her trial off the basis of trying to, like, again, because she knows that the Oratrice, from what we know, the Oratrice is based off the hearts and, like, the feeling of the hearts of people. She is trying desperately to make it seem as though, like, that, like, how can I say it? She's trying desperately to, like, make it seem like, to make them feel like they're on her side and they believe her, even if, like, it doesn't always, like, you know, naturally go there with the evidence. If she can emotionally get them on her side, it could actually emotionally help, because that's the reason that child was, like, we know what that child was probably convicted was because of his past dealings and the emotions people had about a harbinger.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
Oh, wow. Again, I guess that's like, you know what's so crazy about this now? Is because all that performance aspect that I saw is, like, so amazing. Neuvillette just basically told me and told Calvin, like, the stuff where I'm like, oh my god, she's so good at this, is actually, like, going to be her downfall because she's a defendant this time. Because she's being prosecuted. She can't just, like, you know, sway the people in that way. She is up against a serious situation here. And Neuvillette's basically saying, yeah, we know you're good at this. We know you're good at these trials. We know you're good at changing people's hearts. But you are literally up against, like, this is a serious trial.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
Well, she's definitely hurt.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
It's a different situation now, I suppose. She's a defendant. All that talent she has for, like, swaying the crowd. Neuvillette's standing there and saying, like, you have to provide evidence. You have to actually counter this. You can't just counter it the way you usually would. You can't just, like, you know, do a performance and hope that people, you know, talk about the Harbingers, talk about that, you know, how, you know, people loved you and beloved you for 500 years. You actually have to give evidence. That's so true.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice.
I love that Paimon's the prosecutor. It's so cute to me.
Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
Paimon angry as well.
The real Hydro Archon. Well,
so
now you're really losing
I'm not gonna get over this fact that the idea that they're saying that this could be like that there's another Archon out there, that she's not the Archon.
It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created.
Okay.
You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now, but then Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your powers as an Archon? That's an interesting way to put it.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
Neuvillette is stopping her at every turn. While she was trying to stop us at the door, it feels like she stopped us at the door to the party, right? And Neuvillette basically, like, then put his hand in front of her and said, no, go in, go in.
You don't need to go that far.
Surely an Archon can at least match the capacity of a human with a vision. This is insane. I'm sorry, but this is absolutely insane. The fact that, like, we're sitting here looking at Farina and she might not be the Hydro Archon.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
What? But we know that... What? Wait, we haven't, actually. We haven't seen her use it in this story.
In
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium!
What do you mean it's because of Indemnitium?
All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
She's coming up with answers for every single turn here, right?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Oh my god, Farina, you're gonna have to say something.
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar.
And now she's feeling the pressure so you can hear it in her voice.
I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The
Oh
one that you
no.
loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me?
She's like begging. She's like, hey, like remember all the performances we had? Because again, like I said, I always said she's like trapped. You know, we said trapped by a cage of clapping and hands and applauding smiles. Like it is just that.
Please.
Oh no.
You've got to believe me.
I understand what the implications of the trial are, but it still just makes it hard for me to even look at the screen when she's upset.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Stop. This is insane.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents
500
too?
years.
And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Oh no.
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro
Oh my god.
Archon, then
She
who
came
is?
back with a freaking Ace Attorney line. If you know, like if I like if he didn't kill him, who did? You know, that's always the answer that like the sometimes the prosecutor will say actually.
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
I don't think this is. I don't.
Wow.
Yeah.
She came up with yet another
I don't think it's a bad way of arguing back.
How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
Like, show me who the actual Hydro Archon is. If you can prove that she isn't the Hydro Archon, we can try and prove that she is human. And if she's only human... What? What do we... What evidence proves that Farina is human? Okay, so became Linnea's attorney. A murder case unfolded amidst Linnea's and Lynette's first performance at the Grand Opera House. So they were clear of the accusation leveled against them. Their identities... Okay, it's not that. It turns out that FONTAINE'S can be dissolved by the water from the primordial sea. Over the years, Vasher kidnapped and dissolved many young women, girls for his experiment, and tried to find a way to bring his wife back to life who had been dissolved. We can't use this anymore. So the only things that are relevant are Navia falls into seawater, which, okay, we can't use this. The intrusion, because again, like, what would that have to do with it? While exploring the ruins near Poisson, it began to collapse. Yeah, that wasn't her. That wasn't anything to do with her. The entrance to the primordial sea is beneath the Forbidden Zone in the Fortress of Mirapede. Recently, the primordial sea has nearly broken out. Okay. It turns out the FONTAINE'S can be dissolved by water by primordial ocean over the years. Vashir and kidnapped and dissolved many young women and girls. So I'm so interested because okay, let's try and do process of elimination. But even now, I'm kind of confused on which one we can use for this. Like this doesn't help. Like this, I feel like what does this have to? Could we say here that maybe like she like didn't do anything, but then that doesn't make any sense either. This isn't like this here as well. I don't understand. Like it turns in Fontaine and dissolved by water of primordial ocean over the years. Vashikina's, yeah. And then became Linnea's attorney. It can't be this either. Like, what does that prove that Shifrina is human? What would... Okay, maybe we're looking at this question from the wrong perspective. Maybe it's not an event Or just something along those lines of this that proves she's human. I don't know. I don't know. Is there any way we can look at the log? Could we say that... See, the only thing I was thinking of, like, is it like the idea that, like, she didn't do anything here, but that doesn't prove that doesn't prove that she's not human. We knew where she was with the knave. So that's gone completely. This here, she wasn't here for this. But again, maybe we shouldn't think about the event of it. Okay, we'll talk about what's relevant. What did they all have in common? The primordial sea, falling into the primordial water, and someone dissolving in the primordial water, and this... But this doesn't match up. No, because she dissolved. That was the end of the dude dissolved. Right? At the end, remember at the end of the trial, even the guard like was dissolved as well. Because of the water was used in this trial, yes, yeah. The guard dissolved at the end of this, so it's to do with the primordial water, so are we saying that it has something to do with the primordial water? You know the prophecy, the Archon's gonna be left alone on the throne to cry. They're the only ones that won't be destroyed by the primordial water. So if they're not the Archon, then they could be destroyed by the primordial water? But then what do we use here to say that? I think you'd have to use this to say, like, well, Navia would fall into the water, and then, or this to say that people were being dissolved with the water. But then we could try this first.
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our case.
My bad. We can try this as well. If it's not this, then it's this. But the only reason I don't think it's this is just because, like, it doesn't talk about the actual dissolving it, but it does relate to the primordial water.
It has been established.
There we go. It is that. It is that. Okay, okay. That was tough. That was tough for me.
From the primordial sea.
People are probably gonna be like, that was easy for me. Yeah, because the prophecy is that she won't be dissolved in the water.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Oh my god, and she's nervous about this. Well, again, it just still breaks my heart seeing her like this.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court.
Oh, wow.
Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
I think it's a great line from, even though, like, you know, no one shuts up our Navia, I swear to God, we'll talk about it afterwards. But, like, for me, like what he's trying to do is, like, if I'm applying the same rules to an Archon, or a supposed Archon, I have to do it for you too, Navia. You know, it just makes sense.
Chief Justice, I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of
Navia
turn.
loves doing that, though. We love her for it as well.
Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends.
Holy shit, yeah.
So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater?
This is like the test, like, it's almost like they're doing a test of, like, a witch. And it looks so, it's so pretty, but it's so scary.
If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse.
Yeah, oh, Navi, you're so lovely. Would this not just, like, prove it, like, outright? Would this just not just be, like, ultimate proof, like, outright that this is the situation that's happening? Like, this would be the end. Like what? Like how could you come back? And the fact that they were prepared for this as well is something that is insane. Like they planned this meticulously.
Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more
Exactly.
people dissolve.
Yes. So this is what we're trying to prevent, right?
I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Oh my god, admitting the guilt that you're not the Archon. How could like I would have a hard time doing that. That's terrifying.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
And also like twice she has like helped cases be solved in this courtroom.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Wait. What's gonna happen? Farida?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
110% right. She doesn't have to, right? But like I feel like she knows how public opinion works in Fontaine. Farida, if you're actually not the Hydro Archon, you need to
of course you have
just
to tell
say
her
it.
that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
Exactly, and that's what. No matter if it isn't or it isn't, or if it is it or is it isn't, we're so flustered today. This is like it's gonna be what it is.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
Like, look at the way they're showing how like public opinion works, right? How everything changes so quickly.
Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Well, you thought she'd admit it right away? No way.
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Oh no. What? Okay, she did it. She did it.
Hey!
She actually... Are you okay? Wait, she's not dissolving. Nothing's happening.
I'm fine. Look at me, everyone.
Wait.
My hand is still here. I haven't been dissolved.
What is... Okay, what? What?
Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon. I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water.
What is happening?
Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
So she is the Archon?
Miss Siegewin? If you are present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
What do you mean? Do you think something actually is wrong with her?
Siegewin?
Oh, she'll be able to tell something's wrong.
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds.
Like I can't even enjoy Siegewin being here because it's so freaking tense.
That should be enough.
No, what is it? What do you mean?
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
What do you mean?
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
So obviously, because she wasn't submerged in it, she just put her hand in it for like a second. Oh my god! So she is a Farina.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
It, like, literally, no matter what, if she didn't do it, the public opinion would have changed. Now that she did do it, public opinion is going to change in the same way.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well,
no.
Considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson.
It's literally just a small concentration. Is it like the stuff that Fremine was exposed to?
However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur...
Wait, so Farina is a human. So she runs from her problems and runs from the idea of the truth so much that she was willing to dissolve her hand. just on some will of a force in her brain that forced her to maybe believe the facade that she has. Oh my freaking god.
We don't want anyone else to lose
Of course.
their life to the sea.
And that makes so much more sense as well why Navia wouldn't, like, you know, even chance having someone die from being put into, like, primordial water.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low
Mad.
concentration
Absolutely
sample
mad.
and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe you.
Oh my god, she's not doing well. Look at her. She's not doing well. What's really going on here? Farina can't have known the consequences of touching that water as a human. I can't have known. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. She had to have known. This is too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up the facade and save her own life. That's what I'm thinking too. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me. Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and
no.
disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing.
Look at do you hear the desperation in her voice, the desperation in her movements you see as well?
Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
But it's not, it's just like the fact that you see like she's not her usual self here. Her voice is shaky. There's a gravelly tone to it. It's not a performative voice. It's like trying to be like just trying to perform through like a lot of pain.
Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? She
has a lot of desperation now. Oh no, and they're shaking her. Oh, they're looking away from her.
Please, everyone.
No.
Anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I can't handle seeing Farina cry. I can't. This is so bad.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
I feel so freaking bad.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
And especially since she put on this kind of not her facade broke, but it's like halfway down, right? It's like taking off half the mask.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final
Farina,
judgment.
are you just really not the Hydro Archon? Is that what we're saying here? No, her Farina crying is breaking my heart. I can't take that. What?
I don't think anything she says
Just like before.
Against her now.
But this time it's like a distortion in her mind or something, is it? Where is she?
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine.
Oh no, she's like...
As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens.
And everyone's leaving, no! Oh god, this is so sad. I thought they were going to do the thing again where the glass shatters. Guilty. I thought they were going to do the thing again where, like, you know, they talk and like she was talking to herself in her brain, but they did something way worse. Oh, I can't handle it. No, stop. Crying alone on her
We
throne.
shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
I know if this is the case where she lied about being an Archon, I know she's keeping secrets about the and we need to get the secrets out. That doesn't change the fact that it is breaking my heart seeing her like this. And we're just doing it. Just like this.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Farina's what? What did it say?
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
It declared her to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
What?
Isn't that correct then?
But yeah, what's happening then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon.
But that's what...
Guilty.
What? That's what she was up for. How is that?
To be punished via the death sentence.
No. 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 F the Oratrice. No. What in the hell? What?
The death
But he called... the Oratrice called her the Hydro Archon and then said she's going to put her to death? No, that's not happening, guys. It's not happening.
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just
No,
a
not
myth.
happening. Not happening. Not happening.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected
My
twist.
heart is pounding here. It is not happening.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quick?
Paimon, we're not letting it happen. We're not letting it happen. This Oratrice is effed. F the Oratrice.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences.
It doesn't make no sense.
Is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
You were about to just send someone to the Fortress of Meripede for dissolving 20 women. How, 20 years of dissolving women. Way more than 20 women. And she no. F off. F off.
Even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice.
Exactly.
You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial
Exactly.
case.
What's more strange is instead of Farina, the Oratrice rendered the judgment on the Hydro. Exactly, called her the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
I mean, they also freaking put a freaking man in the Fortress of Meripede for crimes he committed before we got to Fontaine. That wasn't even part of the trial he was in.
But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon.
No.
What does this mean?
You can't. You cannot do this. This is insane. What do we do? What do we even do? In the face of such madness, what can you Fremine?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Always. Always.
Is the trial still going?
Fremine, it's effed. It's so effed.
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed
You had a
your
mission? Fremine had a mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top
It's adorable,
priority.
lad. So adorable. With some help from the other Fatui, Fremine brings in a stone slate.
Is that the first
What is that?
prophecy slate?
What is that? It's like floating in the... Is that a Hydro... I'm sorry, is that the I'm sorry, I'm just so shocked by everything going on. Is that the Hydro Archon with a bunch of Oceanids around and there's like someone in the middle?
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water.
I looked everywhere. I'm sorry, I'm so... Fremine, that's awesome that you found it, but I'm so in such a shocked state.
But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Father will be disappointed
It's okay.
in me.
I've never felt like this in Genshin yet, guys, where I'm just like literally like I've been stunned before, I've been shocked before. I'm like shaking and like silent with this stuff here. It's crazy. And it's still not late for you to shine, Fremine, okay? You do what you need to do, okay, buddy? Don't worry about it. This is crazy.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine.
He found the...
Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Fremine is incredible. I can't... I'm just...
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Yes, okay, sure. We're not, no matter what the order, I know like Nervaled won't, I don't think Nervaled would let it happen either. We're not letting it happen. This looks like... The previous Hydro Archon releasing your divine power, turning the Oceanians into human beings? Wait.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Wait, it's turning Oceanids into humans. Can they switch the Oceanids back into being humans?
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon.
What is happening?
So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon?
Focalor. We can just say Focalor as well, right?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates.
Okay.
However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon
Wait.
will do her best to help you remember.
They're all gonna relate to things in real life? Guys, my stomach is burning. Like select description of stone slates to extract key information from them. That's fine, okay? You can find scenarios related to the stone slates and contents in the incidents record in the interview notebook. There you can verify said content. As the verification process continues, the fountain water level in the menu interface will rise. When you've finished verifying all stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed. What? Just like we're revealing it in a court case. My heart is pounding.
The slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
So what's this related to?
Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids?
Oh my god.
Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that.
What?
But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then
yes,
perhaps this process
that's what
could be
happened to the
reversed
girls.
as well.
That's what happened to the girls.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
If that means like every single Fontainian is it Oceanid? Is that what we're getting at here? What is happening? What is this game? What are we doing?
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin.
Original sin.
Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
But what was their sin?
The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people.
Is that what's happening right now?
That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Did we?
Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so
what if it's figurative? What if it's figurative? She's crying on her throne right now alone. What if it's figurative?
We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster
can barely
could
breathe.
happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
I can barely freaking breathe. And when we have to relate these to real life happenings? Well, with this, then we have to like, okay, so the stone slates, the stone slates rune showing the prophecy describing history of the future. The first piece was originally missing from found by the Fremine. It seems to show the former Hydro Archon divine turning Oceans into people. So to verify the truth, we know that they can turn, yes! We know that they can turn into, yes!
From the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater.
So they're not dying.
And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans.
So
this might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
They're all Oceanids at heart? Is that what we're saying? The prophecy slate, that's insane. The story slate in rune showing the prophecy describing history of the future. It shows Celestia floating in the sky and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together, but the heavens still brought down judgment upon her. What are we saying with this one then? Child's conviction, no. This? Because we know that it was still like a punishment for the primordial sea? It's not anything yet, it's this. No? Okay, I'm dumb. So wait, let's read it again. It shows Celestia floating in the sky, the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together, but the heavens still brought down judgment on her. Okay, let's see. So child's conviction, are they saying, maybe it is this. Maybe they're saying that he's like, maybe? Like they're saying that no matter what, he was still made guilty? Is that what we're saying? Oh no, sure, it's this. I'm an idiot. I just saw her face and I was like, maybe it's this, yeah, because I thought that would be the last one. But it must be this then, because she's still, the Hydro Archon guilty and punished for your death sentence. Yep, I thought that'd be the last
what
one.
What is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Jesus Christ! And look at this. I can't believe it's all like related to what's been happening. Then we have this shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people. The only one we have that's it's this because she fell into the seawater. Navi fell into the water containing the primordial seawater.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia
oh
fell into
my
the
God.
sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
This is insane. So the last one is... It shows the scene basically identical to that described in the prophecy circulating throughout the Fontaine. The Fontaines will eventually be dissolved in the sea, and the Hydro Archon will sit alone on her throne and weep. Do we say it's... this? Because it actually can't... Because, wait, so there's also... She believes the prophecy will certainly happen, but that needn't give all of hope. And this one is, though... Yes, because the water came up, right? Is that what we're saying? Because the water, the water was pouring up anyway, wasn't it? Because it says, it shows the scene basically the prophecy. And yes, it was going to happen, but it was stopped. Yes!
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. But not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
It was preventative measures. It wasn't anything but preventative measures.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid.
So we knew that we kind of figured they were turning into Oceanids, but like I didn't know it was like that they were born Oceanids. The Fontainians came from Oceanids.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
So she's getting punished for that. She's getting punished for the original sin of turning people into humans?
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant
See, when I was thinking people surrounding her, sorry, Paimon, I was thinking people surrounding her, I was thinking like us, you know?
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
Insane.
The stone slate's content can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truth should come to light.
Paimon, you're so smart as well. Paimon's so smart. This is a law. That means that, like, yeah, and here's the thing, by the way, it doesn't make, like, what Vacher did any nicer, like, turning them into what they originally were, because it still means that the life they had is gone, right? But, like, does that mean they can be turned back from Oceanids into humans? Is that a possibility? This is mind-blowing. Mind-blowing.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it.
I guess.
But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
No, can I just be honest? I'm just going to talk to you guys straight up to you guys right now, right? Like, I need to talk to you guys for a second. Now, my heart is pounding, right? My hands are like shaking. Like, this is like such, it's so crazy, these reveals that we're already having here with like how it all lines up. Because I thought it'd be in order, but it's not even in order. Like, the build up to this whole time, that we thought they were just like, we knew about the girls turning into Oceanids, or like at least an Oceanid that was like one together, right? And the Oceanids have been a big thing in this game, especially we saw in the Anne quest as well. But That means that Furina's getting punished now for the crimes that Focalor, the original. Does the Oratory see her as like the original Hydro Archon, or like maybe she sees her standing there
Let's hear them.
as the original Hydro Archon? The first they, oh my god, the Fontainians are not real freaking humans. What?
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
Did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
Everyone here's an Oceanid.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis.
This god literally created life. This Archon created life. Created humans.
The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved
Yes.
were also turned into Oceanids.
They were brought back to the original primordial waters.
Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered
Yes.
around for a trial.
Jesus
all of it
Christ.
in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
This is nuts. The second slate reveals the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of the Fontaine. She wasn't supposed to do this.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
F Celestia. We're not hurting Furina.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
Which lines up because she punished, not that it's the same thing, but she punished Child for sins that he committed in the past as well, right? The sins that weren't even part of this trial.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us.
How do you come to terms with that? How do you sit there in your chair, poor Navia, poor Linny, poor Lynette, all the characters we love, poor Fremine, everyone, every Fontainian that we loved in this game so far, how do we come to terms with the fact when you're sitting there in your chair thinking to yourself, I was literally an Oceanid and I'm a true sin?
And yet, after many
What the
hundreds
hell?
of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
It's unexpected is not the word. Unexpected is not the word. There's crumbs. I want to say as well, because I know for a fact I'm going to get these wild person and be like, Calvin, you should have known this. Let me tell you this right now, right? Week after week, this is like literally my 7th week in Fontaine. I've been playing it week to week, right? This has been built up and there has been crumbs here or there about the Oceanids, right? But I didn't think that it was going to be a creation story, a godlike creation story. At the Thursday, I'm still convinced it should come out to the 4th slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea?
I thought it was out of order, but in a different way.
So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the 4th slate?
The 4th slate depicts the fulfillment of a prophecy already widely known, which you stopped.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Literally! Oh my god, it's literally gonna wash away everyone into being Oceanids again. Oceanids. And they will literally become... The sin will be gone. They'll become Oceanids again. You take it literally. It's literal. The original sin of creating humans Celestia sees as creating humans without prior permission will literally be washed away.
Did Paimon get all that right?
Paimon, you genius.
You've made
I adore
some
you.
keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth.
Nervalette, I am dying.
However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
I can't. This is already enough. This is already crazy.
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates.
Okay.
But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion.
My mind is melting. You might as well melt my mind a bit more.
Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Oh my freaking god, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? How do we even deal with the truth? I don't know if I even want the truth at this stage.
I believe
so
I should share
nervous.
this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it.
Dear freaking Lord, what he's found out. What has he found out?
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin
There we
of
go.
the Hydro Archon
There we go.
were both correct.
Oceanids.
In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
And we're just seeing a representation of this
The
now?
Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind.
So the Hydro Archon just gave them exactly what they wanted?
However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea.
That's nuts.
She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process.
There's primordial water pumping through the blood of the Fontainians. Ruvelet, you can stop. You can please stop, please. I don't know if I can handle any more.
But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial
Their blood.
restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
So I wonder, is that why the... Wait, is that why it was the Hydro Archon that, like, appointed people to block the primordial sea from ever coming out, right? So did the Hydro Archon, like, that's why they did that, to prevent it from, yeah.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
Don't say it like that. Don't say it just a whole new human race. Because that's what happened. Like, think of it, like, she created an entire, and, like, we know about, like, say, like, there's just something, again, from Celestia's perspective. This wasn't, like, an accidental thing. This wasn't, like, something that just happened.
And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea.
The glass shattering again.
That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
I don't know, you guys are handling way better than I thought you would. Even if you all scream at the top of your lungs, it's still, like, less of a reaction than I would think. My mind would be melted. I'd be on the ground in a pool of tears and just fear.
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Oh, dude, like, you wish. You wish.
But if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating
I
us.
agree. I agree.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Yeah.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they're in the right order. What is the third slate supposed to represent then? So they're...
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids.
Right.
They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea.
Then what is it?
The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice.
I'm looking at the slate now, and now I, like, see, like, it's like people coming on land, like, almost like they're, like, you know, going to a new world, right? So the water is a symbol of justice.
You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others.
Oh my
who
freaking
intended
God.
to hold a trial to determine her fate.
Yes! That did happen in the waters.
Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Can't be. So it's they are the justice here.
Yes, It refers to our present situation.
So this is it.
I think I'm following now.
Wait.
So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy...
We fell right into Celestia's hands in this way. Which means that the next slate is still... No, oh my god, no, the next slate still hasn't happened. It still hasn't happened. Oh, I'm so scared.
In truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
Which means all that's left is the final slate, which is her weeping on her throne alone as everything else has been returned.
What should we do?
Feels like there's no way out of this. I don't know. I'm just terrified. The last slate.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
We were told by N that we as a descender, that we as someone from the outside can do something.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
It's terrifying. That's terrifying to even think
Traveler,
about.
I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
Yeah?
About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meropide served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Why? Why?
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Wait, could it be... What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
And what is the root cause? Wait, what? Okay, the secret of the Force of Meropide has been protecting its entrance to the Primordial Sea, though Nervalet has sealed it once more. How long will it last? The prophesied disaster will likely spread from here. A murder case unfolded. In the midst of Let's first performance at the Grand Opera House, so they were cleared of the accusations leveled against them. What are we finding here? What are we supposed to find? This is new. This is new.
It was both dream.
The whale?
And reality.
The whale!
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that
What
thing
is
inside
it?
the
What is
primordial
it?
sea, right?
The culprit is... Is my brain supposed to be melting right now? Like, is this supposed to be the thing I'm feeling right now? That when I'm playing this, that I'm supposed to be feeling like everything is lost, and my brain is lost, and I'm destroyed.
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. As soon as we said that, and of course everyone's gonna panic. Of course they are. What the frick is that? What? It's the whale. It's the freaking whale. With this music as well? Nervalet! The size of it! What are we being able to do? Someone just appeared in the freaking courtroom! What the hell? Where's Child? What are we even supposed to do with that? Oh no. Wait! Oh my god, Child! Are you serious? Holy freaking hell. That is incredible. The last thing I expected to come out of its freaking... And they're fighting together. This is incredible. I can't believe that. Look at him. He came out of the freaking whale's mouth. Remember like the last time we saw him, you were fighting. Now look at it. That's our boy. Holy hell. Wait, what? The thumb down? No, we gotta go in there. We gotta get him. Holy freaking hell. What a freaking scene.
Way too close. How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Of course it was. That was one of the cool... That scene. It ripped out of the freaking whale's mouth. Me, child, what am I talking about? I think you probably like being called it, to be honest. He came out of the whale's mouth and fought with Nuvalet for a second. And Nuvalet, the last time Nuvalet saw him, he was like attacking, like stopping him from transforming. And now we saw a fully transformed Tartagula come out of the whale's mouth. What the hell? I wagered I was also one of the child saw when he was young. Yes. Wait. Why did I not put two and two together? Oh my god! Because I did for a while. Because I was like, oh, remember, Child has a whale in his story. Remember, he uses it in his battle. But I didn't think it was the same whale. I just thought that they were kind of being cruel for a little bit, you know. But like I didn't know there was like a direct connection. So it's the exact same one. So he's always been drawn to it.
At last, I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here.
Wait, so we've met at last. So he's So that means it's drawn to Tartagula. Tartagula has been marked or something.
That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
The stars? And it's not from Tevat. What are we doing? What are we doing?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. Jesus Christ. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step
Don't even say it. Don't even say it.
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created FONTAINE'S out of Oceanids...
I feel sick.
She filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of FONTAINE'S nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea,
it
decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of FONTAINE'S.
And literally it was about to destroy those, it was about to consume those Oceanids, those FONTAINE'S, before Child did something. I swear to God, if anyone puts him near a prison ever again, I will fight. I swear to God. I'm going to cry thinking that was one of the most incredible scenes I've ever seen in my freaking life.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
Navia, you're so right. We gotta kill it. We gotta kill it.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us
I'll
some
do
time.
more than thank him.
Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
I freaking love Genshin Impact so much. Oh my god, this game. I love this game so much.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
I'm dying. Tartagula deserves the world now, by the way. He looks so tired, you're right.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like
Of course,
this.
like the thing is, like in my head, like not even joking. I literally like I remember like because like I remember like I was even like thinking about like about the whale attack recently actually, and I remember thinking to me like I'm thinking like it's like, oh, he also has a sea creature like he's under as well, and I just remember thinking to myself, I know this you're gonna be like, Calvin, you're dumb. I was like, wow, how unlucky is that? Like, you know, 2 whales in one life. It's the same freaking whale. It's what he saw.
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
Heck yeah, and we're so lucky that Tartagula loves a fight. And he's also so theatrical. When he went down, he put the thumb down. Either he's saying like it's over, that means it's over, or he's saying come down here and help.
It is too late.
What do you mean? No.
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, It has become practically integrated with the sea itself.
It is the ocean. What? It is the...
Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
No, that is the most terrifying thing you've ever said, Nervalette. That is the most terrifying thing you've ever said.
That's not something I will accept.
That's my girl. That's my girl. That's the most amazing girl who ever lived.
We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit.
Yes, we've been working so hard.
We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
And Nicole told us that we can do this. She told us that we can do this.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
Exactly. Oh my god, I love you, Linny. I love you.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
Oh my god. We're seeing all the perspectives now.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
My hand hurts from like chopping my chair. I don't know how to say it. Like I've been slapping my chair. It hurts so bad. No,
prophecy.
Yes!
Yes. What has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
Oh.
You may view such things as the history of the future.
Our Hexen Circle gal. After everything, it still turned out like we couldn't fight against fate. It's not over. We can't give up. Listen to Navi. Listen to Kran. Listen to what Linny said. Do it for Fremine and Lynette. Wait, but if this is all about fate. Us.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do
oh my god, what is she? Maybe it's not us.
Play your part.
I thought because it was a descender thing, but it could be. There'll still be a way to save everyone. Yes, we have to. Did I miss something? Did we miss something? Wait, I forgot about Farina. What was it she wanted to say in the last moment? Yes, she did. She had something to say. Was there a real secret? So maybe it's not that we're a descender. Maybe it's the fact that there is like an actual hidden. Maybe it was literal, like a hidden location, a hidden. What is happening?
What's happening with the oratories?
Yeah.
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death.
You will not. You will not. Farina! Farina, get down here. No.
Farina!
Oh my god, Zach. Oh. Don't even dare. Don't even try. Don't even think about it.
I need answers.
No, not even just answers. Don't let her die. Save her. Her tears. What? Excuse me? Excuse me? A place. Oh my god, it's not the Descenders. What has it done to the place? Who is that? Who is that? Who is that? Is that false?
You.
What is happening? Farina. What is this outfit?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
This is Farina?
You are not Farina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment.
Folklore.
A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor.
Jesus Christ.
The god.
So this is the Archon. The one who committed the original sin.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
What are you talking about? What? How did you just... I'm in tears for some reason. Well, you can't just say those words. You can't just say those words.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
Stop.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded.
And like this, she looks like Farina, right?
One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it?
I suppose. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Tricking the Heavenly Prince? This music is gorgeous.
She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass.
So she knew. So she left Folklore with this sin. She left it with her.
And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles
Celestia.
at one's peril.
So she defied the heavenly principles. It's just that whenever someone says the word heavenly principles, it gets me, man. It just terrifies me.
So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in.
You were left with this sin. You were left with this.
I spent a
This outfit's incredible, by the way. This design is incredible.
Alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum.
And what's that?
I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time.
What? So she wants to have the prophecy fulfilled, so it tricks the heavenly principles into thinking that it's being carried out and then saving everyone at the same time? I can't get over how amazing this design is. It's so beautiful. This dress.
I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
More than a colossal mess, that's horrible.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
That sword as well. So yeah, she always wanted to become human, which makes sense to, like, you know, I think that, like, most Oceanids did.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
You separated the Archon aspect of yourself and just made a human. Farina is just literally you without, as you said, like a bewildered human. Naive, sad, flawed.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina.
What? So, yeah, we know. So Farina is like the human counterpart of the divinity that is the Archon. What is... She created Farina.
She could feel joy, sorrow,
Which is
and
what you wanted.
everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished.
Oh.
Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings.
Of course.
But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be.
The way to describe that is so crazy because it's like she's saying she's a perfect human and it makes sense. Like, again, she's flawed. She gets upset. She's really self-conscious. You know, she has all those human traits, and that's what she wanted. She wanted the humans being all the warts and all of being human.
So then I cursed her.
How?
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
How did you curse her?
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydra Archon in the prophecy.
So she was. It's all just a freaking stage play. The whole thing.
Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die.
What?
But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
Why would you do that to someone? Can you imagine living your life never being for what, 500 years? Not allowing to find happiness, not allowed to find what makes you truly happy.
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
I'm already a mess. No, like, this is horrible. How could any human live like this? When I said she was trapped, like, I thought it was like more figurative, you know, like figuratively trapped. She's literally trapped. She's legitimately trapped.
I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera.
I'm a freaking mess. I'm a mess.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being.
Like, what's so horrible about that is that imagine having to like can you imagine being a normal person having to carry the weight of being an Archon? Desperately trying to make people believe in you, while also not having all the bells and whistles that come along with it. We saw that with the Knave. She cowered in fear. She cried alone in her freaking room. Devastating. I'm so sorry. I am Mr. Tears and friggin' Snot Man today. I know it's horrible to say, I don't care.
I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
I prepared myself. I was like, okay, Calvin, breathe a little bit, breathe. And then he says exactly what I was thinking.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
More than an apology for it.
It's been 500 years.
Freaking, how could you deal? Like, I would be done after, like, imagine doing that for a month.
And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
She's always been alone weeping on her throne. Where are we? I came into contact with Furina's tears, and if I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with that Oceanid at the Fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Furina's inner world? Is this where the gods can't see? So they didn't mean me as a descender, they meant an actual place. I'm so devastated right now. What's she doing on stage? Wait a moment, that probably isn't Furina, it's likely a reflection of inner self, because she's smiling. The last time we saw her, she wasn't smiling. I could... If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. Yeah, we wanted to see what she was going to say afterwards. Isn't that so interesting that we're talking to, the human side of Furina? Or at least, like, the representation of the human side of Furina, while Nervalet's talking to the divine side. I came here for answers. Either way, it's an opportunity that is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. We just have to go up and talk to her. We're literally going up to talk to her. Like, it's not even a... What the hell? I'm just afraid to even speak to her, how sad things have already gotten.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, it's me.
All right. It is not my intent
Don't look
to
at me, don't look at
reprimand
me.
you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
But I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Just let the stage lights go off even for 1 second. She just wanted 1 second. Where she didn't have to be the Hydro Archon.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must at all times display the utmost elegance and
nobility. This is awful. This is so awful. Some things often don't get in truth, or even if her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way. What can we even do? Turn off the lights. Yeah, that's what she said. Turn off the lights so she could be herself.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not.
No, I'm not letting you guys even try anything. I'm sorry. It's not even a possibility. This is Genshin, by the way, and Genshin consistently does this all the time. Where,
as you wish, main Fräulein.
Like, you'll be in tears, and they will go, well, what if we make you fight through those tears, and it's the saddest time in your life. They love doing it. They love doing it. They love sadness fights.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
God, she just wants to be normal. She just wants to be herself.
Beg for mercy. Freeze to the core.
That's so devastating. So sad. Like the mental anguish that would give you, the mental torment that you would get from that, would be absolutely freaking devastating.
No, my sword.
Again, like I said, doing that for 1 month would be terrifying. Please think about doing it for 500 years.
Rack and ruin.
It's been a while since we used Eula, but she's still so fantastic. Turn off all the lights. That's all the spotlights turned off. In Farina's heart, they must symbolize her eyes, the people on her. Yeah, oh my god. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? I take it when it... What? She wants us to sit down? Whatever she freaking needs, whatever you need. The show is about to begin? In that case, show me how you truly feel, Farina. Before a mirror, Farina, scene 1. Wait, we are Farina. We are... And we're actually literally moving before a mirror.
Farina. Farina.
Who's that?
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you? Be not nervous. Be not afraid.
It's her. It's Fossilor.
I am before you.
It's her divine side. The actual divine aspect of herself.
Wait a moment. You're... mirror me? How can this be? Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
It is like even the opposite eye.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
She's a sweetheart, man. She's a freaking sweetheart.
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh.
Her voice is so soft here as well. It's not the usual, you know, performing Farina.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will.
And she's at this point.
And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
And she wants, obviously, she's even trying to, she's fooling everybody because she wants to fool the Celestia.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't
so
worry.
Interesting to me.
Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Somewhat?
Oh, so there's still hope after all.
500 years is not somewhat.
You frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer?
Why is that line so sad to me as well? Like, she shouldn't have had to suffer one bit.
But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
I don't like when people weigh stuff like that at all. It just makes me, again, this whole thing is making me feel so sad.
You truly are the perfect human.
Her hair was short here, by the way.
Ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
And he's literally asking her to start this role, to start a role.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this
500
prophecy.
years, though.
But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
The pressure that is put on her right now.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be.
Which is what she did. She grabbed everyone's hearts and they believed it for so long.
Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try.
Look at this sweet with
I'll try to do this.
Like not even just like the softness of Farina here, the like almost like a bright trust as well. And this was 500 years ago.
So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial.
Does she mean now?
And everyone will be saved.
Does she mean the trial right now?
A trial? Huh. How exciting.
Oh, Farina.
I'll be looking forward to it.
Oh, Farina, it's just gonna be like another like hat on top of a hat of that freaking pain that you've been feeling all those years, and you won't even. She doesn't even know it here. Of course, she doesn't know it here. The trust in her eyes. The way they're doing this presentation is immaculate. It's incredible. Ascension. Look at this girl. I swear to God, I will protect her to the end of my days. And was this her like ascension of the throne? Or as an Archon? This has been such a crazy... This is like... But no, the presentation of this is incredible. I feel like we're going to get a knife to the heart very soon. But regardless, this has all been so incredible.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
I love the way she's taking. This is just the start of this, by the way. This is like the beginning. She's already like worried about how she's going to come across. Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh my
good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Farina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
A pure earnest. Like, look at all this stuff. Like she's stage direction for her life. For her life. This is what a director would sometimes say to you. A more earnest, please, Farina.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
The music is absolutely incredible too. I just think it's so like interesting. She's there here giving her own stage direction to herself in her head.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine.
You did fantastic.
Okay. And next.
But this is 500 years she's gonna have to have.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison?
Shut
I
your
would have
mouth.
thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
This is where it started.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Oh, shut up.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
She is an ordinary person.
Perhaps
She
the
is.
session didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison back puppet.
Oh my god.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy.
She legitimately had to freaking lie and convince people so they wouldn't die. Like,
Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act?
no, this whole scene is like so well directed and so well like conceived. Like it's just like we're inside Farina's mind right now, and like all those things that like we've seen throughout this entire game just make perfect sense in the way she acts. She's always trying to keep up the facade because she doesn't want people to freaking die.
Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
And she created Farina here then, yeah? There it is. There's Farina. Oh my god.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule.
There it is. It's like, again, it's all just a facade. Every bit of it.
Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test,
Oh my God, a
you
test.
are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere.
So here now as well, like, you know, you're talking about like someone who gets a reputation, like she's setting the tone for the rest of these 500 years. They're expecting this type of nature now.
Now then, let us be
You know what I mean? Like
reintroduced.
you start as you mean to go on, right? She is creating like this, like because she feels like she has to, right? Or else people will die.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we
Yeah,
were inside
idiots.
an opera house?
Dumb idiots. She's saving your life. I know they don't know that, but I don't care. I'm still gonna be irrational and insult them.
Personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
You wanted something. You wanted something a little more assertive. You wanted something that like revered themselves. You wanted this.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
Oh my god, and she's doing this. And here's the thing, the first day it must have felt amazing. Like, right, to be able to do this, like at least the first moment, like what, you're able to pull this off?
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Resolutely with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not,
The music is superb as well.
Nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
It feels bad to even click this, right? It feels so bad to even click this, but
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause.
like this is the Farina we know.
May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
Like, you see how fantastic she is at this as well? But it's all just...
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve.
The point, her famous point at this point.
Is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the
She does spin as well.
I shall even judge the gods of
Jesus.
this world.
Yeah, why are cheers making me upset? Like, this is where it started. Her cage. What's the next chapter? Yeah, this presentation is made Opera House, Farina. What's next? What could be next? Is that a bed? And this is a desk? What are we seeing now?
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial.
Oh my god.
A trial
oh my
to
freaking
end
god.
all things. How could you hope to understand?
So all this time she was looking forward to, and she didn't even know it, the trial versus us. Like, she didn't even know that was what it was. We didn't even know this what it was. 500 years. Were we fated? Was this like, I know like the idea of fate and stuff, I guess, but like, all this time, like, you know, were we like, clearly we would have been around at this time then, right? Just in a different world.
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
God, you just, like, you can't even be on this level of what she's thinking about right now.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
She's already hoping it comes, because man, she just probably wants to go back to being a normal person again. That's what she wants. And we're watching all this unfold, and she's telling us this is what she probably wanted to tell us in that frickin' house.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm.
You do have a lot of charm.
All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
I think it's absolutely incredible, by the way, that they're not showing the other people in this story as well. Because it does add to the fact that she feels alone.
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
She probably wants to go down and talk with the people, right?
You're such a gentleman.
She probably wants to interact with people like that.
Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Like, that was, again, like, you know, like, again, the idea of, like, going back to normal, turn off the lights and want to be normal again. Obviously, like, again, maybe she doesn't actually, because, again, there's a light here as well. Everywhere there's a light, look. And again, it's someone's gaze on her. It's her sitting here, someone's watching her. She has to talk to this person, she has to act exactly like Farina. Or exactly like the Hydro Archon. And over here as well. It seems that everywhere she goes, there's like a spotlight on her from these people. That's what the people are. They're like a spotlight on her. Everywhere she goes.
Lady Farina.
There it is again.
Here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did
Changing the voice
already
instantly
expect
again.
this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it.
Isn't that crazy? It's like this is what it is. In every single moment, she has to keep it up, keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. She can't even show a moment of weakness where other people can. Can you imagine this? And that's why her crying in her room alone, I do not give a damn, is one of the saddest moments in the history of this game.
All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
And again, trying to reassure people.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Again, it's everything is just keeping up this whole thing. She can't have a second. Like, she's so excited to see that someone might have some research about this, but she can't even be excited for a second. This is so hard. It gets more and more difficult to watch.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time.
And the only time she gets to actually be herself is when she's alone, sitting on her bed.
But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion.
I get that she wants everyone else to be happy. But something she said at the start of this when she was talking to her, or the divine version of herself. Why am I the one who has to suffer? She shouldn't have to.
Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep
500
going,
years though, Farina.
and everyone will be saved. Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
And the new day again is another day where you can't be yourself. Opera House Farina. Scene 4.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Do you think she's getting more into the character here, where she's blending herself with the character in such like a seamless way sometimes?
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you.
Oh my god.
Indeed, my dear loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Wait. She's just doing the same thing over and
Lady
over
Farina,
again, right?
We're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
Again, she's not allowed to pursue her own happiness. I don't know how, like, and the fact that she's still able to keep this up and be nice to people. I know she's like a bit, like, she's not always nice to people. She has this act of, like, being, like, very omnipotent and, like, being very outgoing, and she challenged us to a fight when she first met us. That's probably, like, the only amount of fun that she has at any moment. It's just like, but even at that, it's probably not no fun. Like, yeah, she's back in bed. It's probably not even fun at all.
I don't think I let anything
Holy
slip
frickin'
today.
hell.
I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about.
And then she has her brains going 100 miles per hour, then in the nighttime wondering if she let anything slip.
I just don't know when these days will end.
F this.
I feel a utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
That's so bad. That's so bad. And again, like the anxiety of this, the isolation. Nobody will be able to do this. Nobody. Every other Archon we have met in some way has sought out companionship, friendship in their lives at some point in their life. Oh, look at her. And Frida wasn't even allowed to do any of that. She wasn't allowed to do a lick of this. I just passed by a day. Oh, freaking, that's horrible to even look at. Scene 18,020. No, it's 182,375.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this.
This is rough.
I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
20 generations?
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such
Do you hear her
a
voice
faithful
shaking?
believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
If I had to meet 20 generations of any, like, and I'm not even joking, I'm just saying, like, the idea of, like, did you have to keep up this facade for 20 generations of a freaking family?
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina.
Yeah, maybe she is exaggerating.
My lady?
Farina?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Why would they do this? This should be illegal. This should be illegal.
Really
Oh, just
now?
laughing through the tears. She shouldn't have to do that.
Didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person.
No.
Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
She shouldn't even have to do this. Ever. This should be a moment where someone's able to comfort her. Where someone's able to, like, sit with her.
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have
She's
witnessed
literally
it.
smiling as she's crying. This is a fate worse than death. Look at her. She's crying alone in her bedroom again.
So interminable.
Why are they doing this?
So lonely. Just how much longer?
This is so bad. The fact that they would even, like, write this.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more.
And she can't stop this. Because she thinks people are going to die if she stops this. She looks drained. Her smiling as she was crying was one of the worst images I've ever seen. Not because she shouldn't be allowed to cry. She should be allowed to cry. The fact that she had to, like, quickly come up with an excuse.
I never imagined
Oh,
that
God.
it would hurt so much.
This is so rough. This is so rough.
Reached my limit. No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears.
Can you imagine not even noticing that you're crying? That's how many times that you've cried. That's how many times you needed to cry.
I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But
all I've done so far.
So when we were in the house together and it fell down around her, she wanted to tell us. We would have been the first person she told. We are the first person she told about all this in this stage show. But at that moment, she wanted to tell us.
I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy.
She's working so hard to try and find how to prevent this prophecy.
All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me.
And she's begging.
You have to succeed.
She's begging Focalor to please hurry up, to please just do something. No, you can stop. Opera House, Farina, and... When was this?
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
And hearing like Zack say this as well is so...
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with
They
you.
loved you. That's my voice. This scene from when we were in the giant magic box. It is. It's great. I didn't think I'd see when we were playing in her world. Surely I'll find out what you wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden.
Yeah.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to
Please.
confide in someone.
Please.
Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
Yeah.
A witness. Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
Descender right here.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
You can tell us.
He's right. I could confide
Please.
in him, couldn't
Please. Confide in someone. Please.
I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the
I'm not going to tell anybody. It's all over anyway. Or at least it seems like it's going to be over.
No, Farina. You shouldn't be
It's not selfish. I'm sorry, but 500 years of suffering like this, nobody could go through it. If any one of those Fontainians knew what they go through, they'd understand it's a fate worse than death. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy.
But what if it's
Please.
really alright?
Please.
Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for
It is. It is.
Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt.
The fact that she's even saying this, she's questioning herself if it's okay to confide in someone.
If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again.
And think of it, as she was thinking this, the house fell down around her.
Think about it long and hard.
She's like, I finally found someone I can confide in, and the house breaks down around her. We're gonna hear it. You could do it. You could do it. You can do it.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better.
I can't. I can barely see through all these freaking tears, man. Even now, she's lying. Even now.
All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
I'm such a mess. Even in that moment, she wasn't able to confide in us. Please.
Fine.
Look at this scene. And now she's alone again. No, don't give her a fine. Please go up to her. She's alone again.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
I can't.
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself.
Oh, that's great. F the heavenly principles. F them. F them. F them.
She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate.
She did better than anyone could hope to do. Anyone.
It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not?
Half the truth as well. Come on, give me the full truth.
How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness, and Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. I just honestly, like, right? It wasn't that I was like, you know, like I'm not trying to be like, oh, I didn't know that, but I was thinking, was that her in the actual thing itself all this time? And I only think that now because I'm like, but I thought like maybe like it's, I might just slip my mind to even say it, guys. I know there's so much going on.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's
there it is,
gnosis
the
with
gnosis.
Me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
We knew we had that information before that the gnosis was not with Farina.
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth.
Well, please explain. Please explain.
In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
What?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, what the hell?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
Wait, so it's made to take down Farina? Is that what this whole thing? Because again, the prophecy led to this trial. The prophecy led to this entire trial.
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose?
So it's you, well, you then. You.
Suffered?
Sorry, I say Farina, but it's Focalor, right? You know, it's just we gone so used to calling the Hydroarch on Farina at this stage.
My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine.
This is insane. This whole thing is insane.
The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It's all been building up to this trial. Every bit of it.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice.
This is it. It's a lot. It's so much.
That only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
Breaking the mere institution of the Seven. Like, the idea of shaking the rules established by Celestia, that's one of the most interesting and like incredible things I could think of, right? To directly talk about Celestia like this in this game is not something that happens often, right? But not only that, but to go against Celestia in such a way, you know, we could talk about that. I'm all for, like, you guys know I'm all for a rebellion. But the way, it's just, I just can't stop thinking about Farina and what she's gone through.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
So it's the idea of the Hydro. Is that what you're saying?
If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be.
So then again, if it's the Seven, powered by the powers of Celestia, getting rid of the idea, the mere legend of the Hydro Archon, getting rid of the Hydro Archon gets rid of that Seventh Archon completely, and no one can reincarnate as the next Hydro Archon.
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
What?
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
She wants to return this all to... Holy freaking hell. She's trying to return the mere power of the Hydro Archon. Not even just, again, it's not just about killing Focalor and killing Farina. This is trying to transfer the power of the Hydro Archon, which is a power that was... But is this something that, like, again, like, you know, you're saying giving it back to returning it to you, but is this something that he even wants? That he would even want?
But...
This is so much.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
We know for a fact that, like, the likes of a Pep, 100%, 110%, would love to go back to a time before the gods, before the Archons. We know for a fact that what happened to the dragons and what happened to this world after Celestia came here, after Celestia took the power away from the dragons. And that's, like she said, the authority of the ancient dragons. But how does Nervalet feel about this? At this stage?
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
Yeah, 500 years! 500 years!
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now,
Holy
I'm quite
hell.
pleased at how well my deception worked.
I mean, you deceived the gods. You deceived Celestia. Like, how could... Jesus Christ. Oh, Nervalet.
Hydro Dragon, Hydro Dragon.
No.
Don't cry.
That's dirt. That's a dirty move, Genshin. That's a dirty move. What the hell? That's such a dirty move.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possess.
I mean, this is the thing, and like, it's such an... I'm sorry, but the Hydro Dragon So Cry thing has killed me once again. But it's such a true thing, right? It's what she's saying, like, is not like... From Celestial and heavenly principles can act so high and mighty. They can, right? But they weren't the first ones here. They weren't. They changed this whole world. And that's why, like, for me, like, personally, when Celestia tries to judge anybody, like, it's just like this idea of them judging the Hydroarcha before them for defying their laws. Yes, like, of course you should take it seriously because it's terrifying defying Celestia. But at the same time, I'm just kind of like, F Celestia sometimes, you know what I mean? I'm just like, you know, I don't want to, I'm like, the more you hear about Celestia, the more you're like, you know, mostly against it in a lot of ways.
I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you?
If you take the idea literally...
Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself.
I'm sorry, she like freaking, she's literally like deceived Celestia.
So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice.
That's such, like, actually like a really, like, crazy, incredible way to put it, isn't it? The idea of, like, that like, if we're talking about, like, if you, yeah, you know, and she's saying as well, you know, put beside the idea of, like, what, like, Celestia says is right and wrong. The right to exist. The right to be what you want to be. The right to pursue happiness, which is something Furina didn't get to do, by the way. It's a big theme in this whole, in Fontaine's whole arc. The right to pursue happiness, which she did not get to do. And her sacrifice basically allowed all of these Fontainians to get that justice, that original justice.
In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence.
And I think it's so, like, again, regardless of what happens next, I think it's so amazing the way they depict the gods, the Archons in this game. The Archons, whilst, like, a lot of times they won't, you know, they won't go against Celestia, right? But they all have, like, such unique personalities. But not only that, they, like, have their own way of seeing, like, their own, like, powers, like, in their world, in their region. Whether it be Zhongli, you know, allowing, you know, with the contracts thing, or the way that, like, or how, you know, it was taken literally in Inazuma. Like, every single Archon with their own personalities has made their own way through their own regions with their own powers and their own idea of what their powers are and how they should help people. It's just that Focalor has, like, gone right up against Celestia in this sense.
Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others.
This is insane.
At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long.
I think your human side has been suffering mentally for 500 years.
Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
Full power, a full-powered elemental sovereign. Do you see how powerful they are already? How powerful the dragons are already? What they're able to do? They're like, even though, like, you know, some people argue about Dvalin being a sovereign, right? 100%. Dvalin changed the weather. Dvalin changed the weather. Look how powerful a Pep was. Imagine a full-powered elemental sovereign with the power of an Archon.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too.
From the start! From the freaking start! She must have known!
At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position.
It's getting to the point where, like, I can't even predict what's going to happen next with this.
In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Fussalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
That's the thing, she's so, cunning beyond, anything. To pull this off not only for years, but, this has been a deception on all sides for years, for 500 years. And imagine can you imagine the deception pulled off, and at the end of it you're like, I was fooled, but now I have all these people I love. I have the Melazines, which I adore. I have friends, I have people I've met, I have Risley, I have all these people. It's like I was deceived, but is my life better? Is my life good? Are the people of Fontaine's life good for the most part? It's insane. The people we've met, the people we've also met. Linny, Lynette, Clarant, all this, Navia.
Execution is almost here.
No.
For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid.
How could you not be?
Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common.
Jesus.
Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Oh my god, she's doing a performance. What the hell? Stop. Please. I know she's performing in front of us. The same performance that she's doing in front of Nervalette. Holy hell, man. What the... Oh my god. The music is fucking beautiful. Please, no. What the hell? Oh, Nervalette. What the hell? Farina deserved to finally live as herself. She deserved it. Frick. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Farina, for all you've done. From this moment on, please live. Oh my god, okay. She's finally gonna get to live as herself. Nervalette! Oh, the rain! The freaking rain! Holy hell! What the hell are we doing, man?
I, Eudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Jeez. All the rain pouring down as well, forgiving all their sins are forgiven. Oh, he has the freaking, look at the, he's full powers of freaking Dragon Sovereign. And Farina's living as a pure human. This is so... I need a few years, honestly, to calm down. I was so worried that they were because I was I'll be honest, I was finding it hard to follow some of it where it was is Farina gonna be here? Is Farina going to get to live after this? And I was interpreting as she would eventually be set free. But I was worried in the end that when they were saying it was for the execution, I thought they were gonna carry out Farina's execution as well. But no, she's getting to live as human, which is one of the greatest. She deserves to. She deserves it. This is insane.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
More than huge. More than huge, Linny, I'll be honest with you.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
I need to run and check on Farina. Run.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Roulette. Oh, frick. I don't think I can handle this.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
We have a freaking dragon sovereign
I
now.
have gained the strength sufficient
Jesus,
to
we have a
deal with
freaking
it.
dragon sovereign.
Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature.
He is literally full power now. We've gotten to live to see something like this.
We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Yeah, no, I totally
Traveler,
love it.
Now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Me? I can't believe that we've gotten to like live to see. Yeah, I said before that I believe that they were still alive. I 100% believe that they were still alive, but like with full power returned to them. Who cares what Celestia thinks? Who cares? Who gives a damn?
Falling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal.
No. And the dance from Folklore was beautiful. It was so beautiful. It was mesmerizing. It was haunting. It's something I'm never gonna forget.
Come with me, traveler. The
Oh
hour
my
of execution
God!
has come.
I'll follow you. I'll follow you to the ends of this earth. I really will. I will follow you to the ends of the earth. No problem whatsoever. Holy freaking hell, the size of this thing. It's massive. Oh my god, it's terrifying. Oh!
But how are we going to do that?
Oh my, we're walking on primordial water. Oh, it's so scary. It's much scarier when we're in its habitat.
I cannot reach the power source.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening.
Oh no, we have to look for, okay. It's very, the music is over. It's like in the core room it was like gigantic and awe-inspiring. Here it's one of the most terrifying things ever because this is like its habitat. Oh my freaking god.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
We've a buff, by the way. Oh, so we can attack. We can attack, but just barely. You can see. Can you see that we have like a buff that's going up in the corner? This is incredible. Destroy the eye of the maelstrom.
Adventure time.
Oz, reveal thy shudder.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Holy! Oh my god! And the splashes. This is the thing that Child saw when he was a freaking kid.
More speed.
The music is insane. The music is exact. Oh no! Oh no! What the hell? What in the hell? It does what the frick? What's with the music that just made it drop? This beat.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword. Beg for mercy.
This music is insane.
My protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress this root from within.
What does he mean by this? He's giving us his power.
Oz, reveal thyself.
Shudder.
Oh god. Use the power of Usa and Anuma. The music here is so it's like we're in a different world. It's like we're no longer in like freaking Teyvat.
Let's light it up.
It's gonna come up on the screen again, I know, and I just need to figure out how to do this.
Witness the power of Gugwa. Crush. Shudder.
dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
The might of the primordial sea.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
That's it. It's just he just wants us to. Okay. Okay, I see it now. We have to keep close as well.
Freeze to the core. Crush.
We have to get the shield down, of course.
Adventure time.
Where are we? What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh my god, Nervalette. That music was like otherworldly. It's like nothing I've ever heard in this game before. Look at this man. I need you all to look at this man. Huh? What? Wait, what? What? That's child! Who are you? Who the hell are you?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
Who are you?
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
My disciple and my master's pet.
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought.
Who are you?
What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
What? Disciple, your master's pet?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Tell us. What?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master.
What?
Skirk, right?
What?
It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
This is Child's master? She said my master's pet and my disciple. So she... First of all, I'm just so we can get out of the way, she looks sick as hell. She looks so cool.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet? I can't. No, my god, she looks so sick. She looks so freaking sick. She looks so freaking cool. This is Child's freaking...
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal.
She's so sick.
That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting.
You are so
sick. The only
sick.
thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Jesus.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
Paimon called her Miss Skirk already. Such a Paimon thing.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation.
There you go. Tell her. Tell her.
So what sort of person
The
is your
legs.
master?
Look at the lights like galaxy.
Master's master.
Like.
Wait, is that right?
Sorry, Paimon, but I just got so, like, it's just like even the design, like it looks like she's like her. It's not like clothes. It's like her whole body is like literally like an ethereal plane. Like what's our version master with Child's master? Is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did.
What is happening?
His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi? Sertologi?
I am unfamiliar with
Same.
that name.
Sertologi.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary?
Gold.
Vetterfonir then? Or
wait, are you saying that it is Gold that did this? Or are you saying that... What? Are they saying that they're like... Or have we just heard of them? Because Gold's the one that created Albedo. One in the Hexen Circle. And we started off this whole, like, part of the video going towards a Hexen Circle member.
Ooh, that one we've heard. Ryan Doctor's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's
Yeah.
mom, right?
Yeah, 100%. What the hell is happening?
So you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those
Okay.
names and titles from
Oh,
my
okay,
master.
okay, I think...
I don't actually know them.
She's
all.
trying to compare them. So we know more. Okay. I thought it was Gold who did this. Like, I was like, okay, this is a gigantic piece of lore. That's insane. Okay. That is what I'm getting here, right? It's a comparison. Right?
But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master
Yeah.
is likely a similar sort to Ryandotter. They are both pursuing some form
There
of
we go.
perfection.
Okay.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Hyman didn't quite catch their
Yeah.
name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you.
Wait a second, though. I just want to make sure I'm getting all of this. I'm just gonna... Like, I'm sorry. Like, I just want to make sure I'm getting all of this. There's nothing like, a tiny piece I'm missing. Okay. Because holy hell. Especially if they're comparing him to Gold. Sertology. Yeah, because they must... If we're comparing him to a Hexen Circle member, that's insane. Like, how powerful are they? Like, both pursuing some form of perfection,
But
okay.
the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's
Why would they
deep
create
seas
this
to
narwhal,
digest.
though? Jesus Christ.
As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos.
It's... So we have to do something. We have to do something. I can't believe that we're even witnessing this.
In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What? In what world?
What?
There's little to be surprised about, Paimon. But like, yeah, but like it's... Still. It is natural how the prophecy will come through. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into
This
the
is insane.
waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Wait! Is this happening right now? Is this happening right now? Holy hell, no!
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine
But he said they deceived
be
him.
washed
And this is
away.
Lenny's voice. That is like a water bird. Oh, it's so weird seeing it like this. Navia. Oh, they're on like boats and stuff. I guess that's so crazy, man. That's like, that's insane. Wait, they're not being dissolved? Just look at this scene. Look at what this looks like. Holy frick. What? It's the boat. It's the boat. Risley! The frickin' boat! The frickin' boat! The frickin' boat! Oh my god, Risley! Oh my god, what a frickin' beast! Hold on! Holy, look at this! Look at this! Fremine! So I'm assuming this water must be heavily diluted. Like it's not fully... Oh, this as well. Look at them working so hard. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna freaking cry. I am so... Clorad! I am so proud. The water's receding. The water's going down. Wait. Why? Holy hell. Did you see the dude working so hard in for a minute? Oh my god. I'm done. I'm done. I am so done. I am so, like, happy tears, sad tears. I am like... Rita, look at this.
What is wrong?
Holy hell. I'm so I'm like, I don't think this. Oh, look at the girl. Look at you.
Renewed. The
What?
Sweden attacks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future.
Look at how amazing she is. Look at this girl. Look at her. If anyone ever said anything bad about her, I'd kill them. I would murder them.
Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it.
Oh, what an amazing, like that scene when Risey helping out, everybody helping out, like, holy hell.
Starship Winglet, boon or bane of the Fontaine Research Institute.
Well, I don't care if it's a boon or bane of anything. It helped out so much. Noah's Ark came to help.
The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once-overlooked hidden gem.
Oh my god.
People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team.
Charlotte, you did such a good job. I can't believe we're just back in the city.
The people in the reports, are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might be real big shots at the start. We just didn't meet them in that capacity.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling.
Charlotte, I love you. I love you so much. I'm just so happy to see it. Like,
with the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down.
The relief that I have, the pure relief that I have, like just looking at Charlotte, right? Not underwater. And the water must have been diluted because, like, obviously it's not like you're mixing like actual water with primordial seawater. You're not gonna get full water. It's just that just makes sense, right? It's because like if you're pumping, like, Fontaine is already full of ocean water everywhere. There's no earth. I mean lake water everywhere, you could say as well. But there's no earthly way that, like, in that short amount of time, it could fully, like, overpower the normal water and not become diluted. They had to work, obviously, fast. So that makes sense.
The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people.
Did you see my Fremine helping out? Did you see him? Did you see him? And Risley coming out. Oh, this has been so incredible. This is one of the most incredible freaking scenes I've ever seen. I freaking love Genshin Impact so freaking much.
Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The article's gonna make me curious about how things will play out.
Hyman's curious too! much there to be curious about.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me.
No problem.
You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Yeah?
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Oh my god. Oh my freaking god, finale. Like, you know what's so crazy about this? And tell me if you understand how I'm feeling right now. Please tell me if you understand how I'm feeling right now. I have this feeling, right, where I'm like, I don't want this act to end because it is like, I feel like a lot of like, while like it's not over, while the Genshin playthrough is definitely not over, right? Like this has been an act that like I think people have been waiting for me to get to. I've been waiting to get to as well. Like it's so incredible, and it's like I'm so happy just to see everyone just alive, to see people breathing, to see Farina see everything. Like Farina seeing all that, like means the world to me. Means the world to me. It means everything to me. I like seeing. Did you see Fremine? Did you see how well he was doing? Did you see Lynette? Did you see Linny? See Navia working so freaking hard on that boat. Oh my god, and Risley as well. It's very interesting because it's not even letting us mark this as well, which is interesting because usually it would. Oh, it's above. Okay. I'm so like. And then we have as well, okay, just to talk about it really quick before we go any further, right? We have Sertologi, who is a new name that's been revealed, right? The idea of, with Skirk as well, who we knew about with the trainer of Child, right? Before, we heard about the trainer of Child before from different things. But Sertologi is a new name that was the father of the Narwhal. And she put him, I believe, like, again, at first I was thinking, like, maybe it might be, like, because I was like, oh, are they saying they are gold and Reindetter? But, like, no, what they're saying is they're putting them in the, I think so anyway, you guys can correct me, but it's almost like they are saying, like, hey, it's like, using we're about to talk about something crazier, but I'm using a basic analogy. It's like if I said to you, like, have you ever heard of, a Mars bar? And you said, no, I never heard of a Mars bar. Well, it's like think of like a nougat bar. You know, have you ever heard of just like a nougat bar? Like, oh, I've heard of that. It's like that. I think that's what she was trying to do. At first, I thought they were like saying that's exactly who it was, but I think that's what they're trying to say here as well. Not giving us live information. Genshin loves doing this, by the way. Genshin loves doing this, and I love them for it. They love doing this thing where they go, wait, hey, what if we answer like 3 questions? And you're like, oh, thank you. But guess what? Here's 300 more questions for you. They love doing that. They freaking love doing that. And I love them for it. Navia, my gal.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Navia, you are such an incredible force. The MVP of Fontaine. I adore you.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
That's the first time I've heard someone say something like that. Ooh, the Fatui. I'm in such a euphoric mood just after seeing Farina getting to see the water like all pass away and like everyone being okay.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work.
Factually so, the Fatui has probably like saved Fontaine. Factually so. Or at least helped to save Fontaine.
Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people.
Of course.
We're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Like, that's the thing, I'm all happy about, like, seeing all my people alive, but, like, there's no way they didn't lose some people.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I mean, I think that's actually pretty incredible though as well. They do have the same interests, but also I think it's smart not to emphasize their role too much in the newspaper.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
Because not only that, like, you know how people reacted to Fatui. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter if they help to save their lives. People are still gonna be like, what's their goal? What's their goal?
That would be fun.
You know?
Thanks.
Oh, you're back too.
Glorand.
How are things?
You know what I mean? Like, I feel kind of selfish, right? Do you understand that feeling as well, guys? Where I feel like I have so much euphoria now because like my favorite characters are all okay. But like, how many people lost lives in that? Well, there's no way people didn't drown to death. I know it's a horrible thing to say, but there's no way people didn't just like drown in those waters. There's no way.
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorand?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss
Oh my
Farina.
god, people say she's a beast
she's
now
here
even
in
more than
Poisson
before.
to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
Oh, I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Do a favor for Navia's sake. Go on.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Clorand, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants
Are you
to be
serious?
in
A
the
picture
photo,
with
gather
Navia?
up and smile.
A freaking picture with Navia. No, this is my favorite thing in the world. This is my favorite thing ever. This is my favorite thing ever. That's my favorite thing I've ever had. Always, always.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Charlotte takes more pictures of Poisson to... Okay.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's go on.
Charlotte, it's been so amazing having someone like that's a positive influence in journalism in a game. Like, this rarely ever happens. They're always portrayed as like the worst of the worst, right? Like, consistently. It's so I'm so happy.
You're very quick.
She's fantastic, isn't she?
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorand.
I'll make it happen if you want. Like, I will use my influence now. I'll get you an interview with anyone you want, Charlotte. Anyone. I'm in a great mood.
You really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
Like, it's again, like, and I hope you guys understand what I'm saying, because I think like a lot of times, like when like I do get a bit euphoric towards the end and stuff, like I understand that like this was a traumatic experience for absolutely everybody in Fontaine, and it's so selfish of me just to be happy to see my favorite people alive and healthy. It's so selfish of me to be like, you know, because even in those scenes where I'm like, oh, Linny's bringing people up out of the water, the water's lowering down, right? People are still gone. And it is very selfish of me, 100%, but like I can't help but feel euphoric to see the people that I love still alive, you know what I mean? And I hope that makes sense. Because it can be difficult to like, because again, we're living in the moment right now, but when things pass, we're gonna have to like, you know, think about everything.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
You already knew she was going?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
This guy's smitten. He loves the newspaper. he wants to marry the newspaper.
In truth, All Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Wriothesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Okay, you're fantastic anyway. Everyone appreciates you a lot.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Navia, I can tell you so many stories. Can you like bring me for tea? No, let me talk to...
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Wriothesley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
Sweetheart.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time,
Oh my
right?
god, this means the world to me.
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Oh, same.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. Sure.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
What's like the type of biscuits you like?
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would prefer chocolate.
Oh,
should
he's
you
a
have
chocolate
it.
man. I already trust him more than most people in Genshin. Most bad people. Again, it's not saying he's bad. I mean, most that came out wrong. Because I think even I know morally gray is the tone of Genshin a lot of times with characters. But you know what I mean. I trust him instantly more than most Fatui members.
All right, leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or
Oh my god.
did you get a new lipstick?
Oh my god.
I did.
Oh my
It
god.
was a gift from
Oh my
Seashore.
god.
Want
Oh
to
my
give it a try?
god.
I think the color would suit you too.
They're having like friend talk. Holy hell, Yula's like, can I chat with you guys too? This might be the last time we see Navia and Clarand in this sense, because I think we'll check it afterwards, but I think we'd probably do have a story quest with these characters coming up, which I'm very excited for. I'll stand by my opinion that in terms of the story, actions and reactions, in terms of and by reactions I mean stuff that doing stuff in, sorry, where's the, to make sure it's Fortress of Meripede. Yeah, I want to make sure it's on the map. In terms of reactions, in terms of all of this, in terms of the moments and the activeness of someone trying to sort out stuff very early on. I think, you could say that, to me, every single Fontaine character, whether it be Linny, Wriothesley, Lynette, Farina. For me, I think that, I just think Navia, I appreciate her so much as, this driving force of getting stuff done in Fontaine. And, I'm so glad that towards the end, everyone was, on her side doing things too. And she also found kindred spirits in, the Knave. But, what's so great about the people of Fontaine is that, it felt at the start of this that Navia was the only one trying to investigate anything, while everyone else felt kind of trapped and stuff. And then you you go to the fortress and you hear about the Knave and Linny and Lynette and Fremine. Then you see towards in this chapter you see oh my god, no, everybody cares. And we knew everyone cared, but it's everyone is at a point where they want to do something and they need to do something. Clarand is there, everyone's there. And I think that's such and even Wriothesley who's someone who and Wriothesley coming out of the water and helping everybody, to me that is such a big deal, because it's not just Wriothesley helping people, which is the right thing to do. It's Wriothesley helping people who is someone who is underground and lives very much far away from Fontaine's problems and things like this. I think it's such an amazing thing that they did here with this. I guess we can go here. I think it's fantastic. They did such a good job with this. Oh my god, we're back here. Where's that guy who used to bully us? I should go up with Eula and show him, who's boss.
More speed.
It's not here. It's, I went to the completely wrong one. This is probably the best one to go to, I think. Unless I just went to the same one. No, yeah, no, Administrative Area is the best one to go to. We gotta talk to Wriothesley. Yeah, this is a a crazy ending. The Hydro Archon's powers is gone. I'm sure we're going to be talking to... Hopefully we'll get to talk to Farina before the end of this. I know she has a story quest we're doing this week. We'll be doing that on Saturday.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Yeah, like at this point, yeah.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Kind of.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
Heck yes, Sidgeween.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
It's just what you wanted all along.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
More pictures here. Look what you did. You guys did so much. You guys helped so much.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
Maybe.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jewel.
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And
Whoa.
I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on.
Yeah, like we met another disciple of Edwin as well. Not disciple. We met Knacker as well, who was not as good as you whatsoever.
The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people.
Yeah.
You recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legends.
Yeah, no, it's insane. It's insane. I'm sorry, but that's like that's gonna be the stuff of legends for years to come.
Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
You can come down with me. I'll bring her.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that?
She's so
loss?
crafty. I actually love her a lot. She doesn't have to squeeze opportunities for all the word. No, she's fantastic. Because again, she's not, like, I don't think she's being disrespectful. I think she's actually very good at what she does.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple?
They don't like
Well,
that.
2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
It's fine. It's fine.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before.
I suppose.
Oh, seems
Sidgeween.
like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
We're fine. We're fine, but thank you.
Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Sure. Do I have to smile?
Oh my god, look at the little walk as well.
So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Can I say that look in the background, Sidgeween's doing a bunch of poses? Or at least she was doing a bunch of poses. She was doing a little wave, she did a little head bop as well. That's really cool.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
No, it was insane. It was one of the coolest moments ever.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you.
Yeah, there's a reason why, like, you know, a man who lives underground, I don't think, or underwater, doesn't have many, I don't think has many, like, desires to be in the spotlight. That's just my take, anyway.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
Right.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news.
The 3 young...
The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
I understand, but like also like could we do like 90s or early 2000s movie where we pretend that everything's okay and no one gets arrested? Could we do that? Could we do early 2000s like 90-minute kids movie and everyone in the end gets off scot-free and the people that helped child escape won't be arrested and won't be given extended sentences? Like we could pretend for a second. I'm gonna pretend that's happening.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
Wow, it's crazy that everyone's getting off free. And it's cookies and ice cream for dinner today in the Fortress of Meripede.
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties.
Yep. This is what, like, again, what does a man who lives underwater doing all this stuff have the need for the spotlight, have a need for the change when everything's been working actually rather well for this man?
As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Every single time we leave a nation and finish their final act in their nation, we get a new form of like living or governance or some change that happens with the Archon. Like we are witnessing the change to this world. Like Farina says, like we are a witness, right? We are a witness, and we are witnessing all of this happening. Obviously, we're more than the witness. We're like impacting a lot as well. But you know what I mean.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Fantastic.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
You know what I'm excited for? Like, I'm excited for Fontaine to find their true spirit outside of just, like, making judgments and making the idea of, like, justice a stage play.
Thanks for your cooperation.
I'm sure it will still be like that.
Let's go. Till next time, everyone.
Thanks, Charlotte. I'm sure it will still be like that to an extent, but at least this time, the Oratrice won't be, like, making, like, crazy judgments like they did of Child.
There'll be a next time?
Yes, there will be. She's coming back down here next week.
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then.
It was so cool seeing you, Risley. So cool. Yeah, no, it's great talking to Risley and like.
The docks.
Last stop. Like talking to Risley to me is like is such a great thing because it shows like that it's not just all the way here where we started. Yeah, talking to Risley is like so good because like the difference in talking to Risley and other characters is like you have a character who like again is you know, while things are changing all around him, he's not subject to like the laws of Fontaine the way other people are. His business as usual. Oh my god, we started here. It's been like what, like 6 or 7 weeks since we came to Fontaine at this stage, which is crazy, maybe 6 weeks. And we're not done, of course, because like we have like in terms of story quests, we have Farina, Navia, then we're doing Shanyon, Shiori, Arlechin. Oh my god. Sino, Claran, Sigewin, and Emily. We're like, this is the order we're doing them in. This is the order we are doing these story quests in. And basically these will all be 1 episode each. So you're talking about like this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 episodes before we move on. And of course we have the hangout for Lynette. So in terms of story moments, like you could see this as like, that's a week, right? Obviously we're doing this week, but starting next week, like obviously we're gonna be doing world quests in between. So like 4 episodes and 4 episodes. So there's 2 weeks worth of story quests and there's another episode worth of Lynette there as well. And yes, that's what it's gonna look like. That's what it will look like. Then of course we have other world quests as well. So like if you're wondering when is he gonna be heading to Natlan and all this stuff, basically what will happen is we do these story quests, we do the hangout quests, we do the world quests that I want to do that are left over, we do any bit of cleanup and exploration, then we react to some events, and then we go to Natlan. And that's the plan. So we're not done yet. We're gonna be doing all these amazing story quests. I'm actually like really, I'm saying, and people are like, how do you know they're amazing? Because I've never played a story quest that wasn't freaking great. That wasn't just really good. Yeah, that's the plan. I want to say that now because we're gonna have so much to talk about at the end of all this. We really will. And like, also maybe I'll just be honest with you. Maybe this. Oh my god, it's seeing freaking Sumeru in the distance. And just holy crap! That is the longest drop I've ever had in Genshin. Oh my god! Where we met them first, but Fremede's here too. Oh my god, we started off with these are the first characters we met in Fontaine. Sweethearts, look at that hero. Look at the hero. I know they're all heroes, but I just think Fremene's so shy, I want to give him like more encouragement.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together.
Fantastic.
Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time.
It's the same pockets that we started off with?
Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Look at this crew. Look at them. Look at them. I love them so much.
Would you like a magic pocket?
I'll take anything you're given.
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Were you tricking Fremene?
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Mona? I'm pretty sure like Mona like is like the thing is I always say about Mona is like I said before I almost made a mistake calling her an airhead because I think that she's not an airhead. I think she's just like very like competitive, which makes her seem like kind of silly sometimes, but she's actually an unbelievably smart person. Oh, she's looking at us? We'll carry it for you. I don't mind.
You could just make a friend like Fremene here. Isn't that right,
Fremene, you carried stuff for people. Hero.
Is this what you meant by I'll help you make some more
Oh my
friends?
god, help him make more friends.
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Fremene, you can hang out with Charlotte. What? Still what kind
Sure. Please,
That's so
write
sweet to
down
me.
my address.
That's so sweet to me.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremene socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Oh my god, sounds like that would suit him.
Yes, I was planning to
Oh.
first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremene himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
Yes, he's the best at it.
And that said,
Look at him, he's having a
would
chat with
anyone want
Charlotte.
to see a diver escape underwater.
And he's nodding his head. And like the fact is, like Charlotte would be such a good first like friend for Fremene outside of his usual group with his brother and sisters. Would be so good because she's so talkative and she loves learning about people and you know asking questions that she could definitely bring Fremene out of his shell. Like so like. Can you imagine him sitting there and she's just trying to like ask some more questions like, hey, like what do you like, where have you been, what's it like doing this, what's it like doing that, you know, and like maybe make him feel more comfortable over time.
Oh, it'll work out.
Also, he walked
Every
off with her
journey
there as well.
begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over?
No way.
Miss Charlotte says she wants
Look, he's
to
already-
take a picture of us.
Got it.
That's awesome. That's so awesome.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, traveler?
I'm just saying that here's the thing, Fremene is made for the water, right? That's the whole thing. Linny Lynette in heels and like full on like magic outfit with these like what do you call them, like corsets and like tights and heeled boots, swimming in the water, saving people. Incredible. I'm doing all right.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
I'm grateful for her contributions to helping Navia and Fontaine.
That's all right. We're more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard.
Well?
After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Nervilette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
They find more and more creative ways every time to give up these gnosises. She gave them as a diplomatic gift.
Diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yeah, that's massive.
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child,
Right.
or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down.
I mean, he did. He saved all those people's lives that day. He saved everyone's lives.
Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
My hair is pounding because it's like, I'm like so into the idea of like, you know, it's like, yeah, 100%. It's like, they deserve a prize. Like, even if like the Fatui like have like very evil members amongst them, right? They are one of the basic reasons, no doubt about it, that Fontaine is here right now, right? That people are still alive, that many people did survive. They're one of those reasons. It's still very crazy that they have a lot of gnosises now.
That's true. Gnosis we're talking about.
It's a big deal.
Irresponsible?
I mean, look, I trust Nervalet.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Nervulet has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
In what way?
So there's some reason for this that only Nervalet knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Okay.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the nymph,
Yes,
right?
Child, like...
What about Child?
We saw Skirk, like, throwing him into a portal at one point.
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Well, I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies. That's so sweet. As long as he seems like he's in a bit bad shape, but if he's gonna be okay, that's a good thing. Like, he did so well. He did so freaking well for a place that condemned him. Let's be honest here. Let's just say the truth. For a place that condemned him, it did. Public opinion condemned Child to the Fortress of Meripede, and he still helped out.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
Yeah, we had bad experiences with Signora. We had bad experiences with Dotori. You know, Dotori is the most evil character in Genshin so far. We've had bad experiences with him. But we also know that they not only have like this ability to change, they also have their own personalities. You know, it's even like you looked at the letter we got from that Harbinger when they said to us that they were going to cut out someone's tongue for us. That's so different from any other Harbinger.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Hello? Hello? Oh my God. Father, it's Daddy Mom. It's Daddy Mom.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Okay.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
We'll duel you for it. TCG.
That is our duty as Harbingers.
Yep.
Yes.
That's what they've been doing. They give up. The Gnosis is given up in so many different interesting ways every single time.
Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks.
I appreciate the heck out of you, 100%. But that doesn't mean I'm going to change my stance that, like, obviously we're worried as heck that they're collecting all the Gnosis, right? Like, and it would be silly if anyone was just like, let's forget about it. You know what I mean? Like, any organization, if they said, like, if everyone in, like, if all of a sudden, like, a character who we, like, beloved was like, I'm collecting all the Gnosis, you'd be like, really? Like, why? Why are you doing that?
Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your position? And I do find it interesting the way she says
That
this
depends
too.
on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever?
I suppose because again, she's saying things can change, and things will change. It's you can't be honest if you like. It's like telling you what's going to happen in the future when you don't know what's going to happen in the future. It's impossible to know this.
As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Oh, actually, I just remember something. Please deliver. I wish we could have given it to him himself. We have held a Harbinger's vision for this entire arc. We have held this Harbinger's vision.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
No, it's incredible. It's incredible that in this entire arc, like, we have held a vision of a Harbinger for this whole time. It's so funny with like
for me.
because I neglected to mention when I was talking about like my experience with the Fatui, like how like we became friends with Vaughn, and like how we have an appreciation for the Knave, but like I almost don't even think of like Child as a Harbinger sometimes, just because he's like our funny little guy, you know. It's so weird.
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Miss Journalist, what a name.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
Wow.
That is correct. So forgive me,
I love
but I
that.
will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians.
Oh my god.
And our upcoming rookie talent.
Forever Days is gonna be so good.
I will.
Forever Days is gonna be so good.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable.
If I lived in
Farewell.
Fontaine, Nave, I would be walking every day, everywhere. You wouldn't see me again. I'd just be walking.
Farewell, Father.
Look, it's in the hand on the heart as well.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This will be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
It's so funny because I agree with Charlie. She does have a very intimidating presence, but I've gotten to the point with the Knave that I'm not intimidated. While I know that she could do a lot in 2 seconds here, right? I've grown to kind of understand her personality in a way where I know she's not just gonna do something out of pocket. You know what I mean? Something that's so obvious. She understands stuff like that, and she understands the diplomatic nature of Fontaine as well. So I'm not sitting here worried. I've grown to appreciate her quite a bit.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket
Look
before
at the
you
sweetheart.
go? Here, traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
Sure.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny.
Yes.
I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets.
That's such an interesting way of putting it. These 3 characters that we met, and I'm gonna cry again, that we met the first time we came to Fontaine. So much has changed and so much has happened, but those pockets are still the same, and they still have the same meaning and the same reason why they started giving out those pockets.
I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends.
Oh my god.
All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
That's so nice. That is so nice.
Guess we sent Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Yeah, 100%, but this is criminal that they don't have these characters just hanging around here that we can talk to them again. The after talk. I think I forgot to do it with that in the Fortress, but...
More speed.
We're about to Nervalette. Oh, wow, in the Opera Epiclese. Yeah, no, I think it's so incredible. This is, when people say this is peak Genshin, I think that this is peak in a way that's not oh, this is better than everything else. Because to me, it is probably the best act, right? In terms of how the best mission in terms of story, in terms of presentation, in terms of the big moments, in terms of these crazy moments. But I think so many if you put me right in front of my old video where I finished Act 3 of Liyue, I'm gonna have so many different emotions as well. But for me, it's this is just a crazy peak. But it's also the peak in sense of it's a culmination. This was an incredible culmination of a written story, and it's not even fully done. Oh, he's not. He's in the fortress. Oh yeah, they said he was in the fortress, the front of the fortress of Meripede. Of course, yeah. Not even in the Opera Epiclese.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there!
Game, you nearly yeeted me off the frickin' thing. You nearly threw me off this thing. Did you see that? I understand the way I was positioned. The music's fantastic. Who is that lovely woman running towards me? I'm in such a bunch of the amount of sadness I've had. I have this it's like a serotonin boost. Seeing all these characters again in safety. Music's beautiful. Music's so beautiful.
I didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Okay, no, that's perfect. Whatever you gotta explain.
Paimon glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to
Yeah,
us.
like I like the lowering the water. I think is probably the most important thing to me. Like I like at the time, like I just accepted because I'm like maybe that's just like the actions of the Archon Focalor.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Notice I saw before telling the truth concerning what he saw that day. Focalor deceived the heavenly principles and used Farina's endless performance to save Fontaine. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. I thought it was Focalor, yeah.
So that's what happened?
It was the performance itself. That's insane. Like, imagine a performance in the end saved Fontaine. I almost saw Farina's part myself.
Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
No, I'm thinking at first there. No, I think what happened was that it was diluted water, and I think it was a mixture of like maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was hit when he put the rain down. The rain diluted the water.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood.
What?
After the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
Wait, no, I thought that he might diluted the water. The water was diluted. He gave them true blood? They're true humans?
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water.
Which means the prophecy would have failed. The prophecy would have stopped.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
Again, and the prophecy would have no, like, it can't come through. It appeared to come true, so then probably the Celestia's like, oh, my job is done. But no, you can say that was at that moment that the Fontaines were truly born. They were humans. They're pure humans.
Speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
And by the way, I don't mean to make it sound like it's like some achievement to like, oh, the humans are like, you know, that's when you should be your happiest when you're human. In this sense, they wanted to be humans, and they didn't want to have the Oceanid blood. They wanted to be humans. Because I always have to be weird, because I want to make it sound like I'm saying like, you know, like, oh, Aranara, or like the you know, the Parry, or, you know, the Melazines, like, it's like, oh, they should want to be humans too, which is not what I mean whatsoever. When I say like pure humans, I mean like they are like, they have blood of a human now, if that makes sense. I'm always weary of that, because I feel like it always sometimes comes across as like humans are like the best in Genshin, that's what you want to be. But I think everyone knows what I'm saying, but just for any passerbys.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the okay, let's go. I love when they do this. About the initial verdict that was passed on Child, yes.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring Narwhal.
So he didn't just find him, he woke it up?
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial...
So, wait. So they're saying that, like, he was liable because that's...
Whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off.
Yeah, it's...
I cannot say.
To me, get guilty by falling into a chasm, I would never accept that. I'm sorry.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual.
Holy hell, from the start when we saw the... Oh my god.
Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, it seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the
That's
truth as I know
interesting.
it.
So what we got from that was that it was actually a freaking ritual that they were doing, which I think is amazing. But also like the child was like could have been guilty by the idea of a liability of falling into that chasm, or it could be that they thought that Focalors thought the child would be the one that could hold it back because of how powerful he was. Once again, like the game continues to just like you know show how powerful child really is. About Fontaine's future. Like, and this is why the Fatui Harbingers, by the way, I'm pretty sure there's like, yes, they care. Yes, there's some care for him. Yes, they understand, like, you know, that like he's useful. There's no way they want this guy gone either, because he is extremely powerful.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina.
Wait.
The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me before leaving the opera.
That's crazy. So you really, when they said she left, I thought they meant like spiritually. I thought you meant like figuratively left.
I related Focalors' words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted.
Right.
She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest.
Farina. And she deserves that rest.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
Because she literally had to like just pack her bags as an ordinary person. She didn't have to put up any front. I'm tired. She got to say I'm tired. She got to say I am tired.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
Oh yeah, we got to think about that.
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel.
Right.
In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal.
That's so true. What she went through. And I just think the fact that she got to say I'm tired, she got to say I'm tired to somebody was so amazing.
But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
Yep. I'm so happy for her. I'm so happy for her.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts.
Okay.
From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Honestly, it's how it always should have been. I understand the function of the Oratrice now, right? But like, you know, I trust Neuvillette with Fontaine's justice more than anything else.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
He's gonna keep order. He's gonna make sure that people are still, you know, comfortable. People are still, like, he loves Fontaine.
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person.
Honestly, like, I love this man so much.
Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
Right.
That's true. That power was derived
This
from
music.
the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. that dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful.
And it's a lot of pressure.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
So much pressure. I'm happy for Farina. I want to make that perfectly clear. I'm so happy for Farina that she just gets to be like the action of her packing her bags means so much to me. The idea that she packed her bags and left somewhere, and she got to say, "I'm tired." The Gnosis.
That's right. They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis.
Yes.
Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine.
Fair enough. Again, I'm in such a state right now that I'm just accepting a lot of stuff, so, and I trust you so much.
If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
Interesting. The idea, it's like, okay, yeah, it's like they may want to do something bad, but it's like, eventually they're gonna get these Gnosis anyway?
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Hopefully that too. But again, I don't think Nervalette has much to apologize for at this stage, to be honest.
Ask away. I will tell you.
No,
the
I don't.
truth as know
I
it.
don't need him to. I don't think Child would even need him to apologize at this stage about the next stop on my journey. Oh my God!
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land.
He's like, man, they wear jean shorts all the time there.
As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of
Holy
dragons.
hell.
A nation of dragons?
Holy hell. I just got chills.
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
Like that freaking dragon that's with Kniech?
Natlan is also the nation of war.
Oh.
War ravages those lands
Oh my
like
God.
an undying flame.
We're gonna get to see a wartime land?
There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you.
Sure.
The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The next Harbinger we're gonna be dealing with.
Sounds like a real tough
Oh
customer.
God.
Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger
Yes,
doing their
yes,
thing.
yes. And not all of them are gonna be as pretty as Tartagula.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan.
Oh.
In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you.
You sweetheart.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Wait, that's it? That's it? There's so much, like, yeah. Like, we're talking about, like, you know, like... There's so much...
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis.
Yeah?
When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named
Oh, dear
Skirt
Lord.
after sending you
Oh, dear
two
Lord.
back to the surface. It went something like this.
Oh, dear Lord. Oh, dear Lord. The fact we're even getting to see this. Did you hear that flow of water very quickly there?
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalette?
We were just like, okay, let's go. I'd like to talk to... I think your design is so sick. It's like, again, like I said, it's like the world, like there's a world on her outfit. And he just sent us away.
What next?
He just literally sent us away. No, she's so cool.
The all
She's so freaking sick.
Narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference.
No, like, I freaking love this design. I love it.
I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in.
God's curse?
It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Excuse you? Excuse what? What?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
What?
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
What?
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me.
But wait, that's the remains of the third descender?
But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just
did. Same.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him.
What is happening? So, just like God remains, like I said, was it the same as God remains of Archon residue? The idea that this gnosis is the remains of a third descender?
It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans.
So she's not human.
Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you.
The gnosis is an object of misfortune because it's the remains of a descender?
To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What the hell?
What do you mean by that?
Please explain.
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
Return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they?
Please say.
When did they die?
Please say. Please.
Master never mentioned them to me.
Okay.
Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know.
It's almost more of a relief that she hasn't said it. Does that make sense?
If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Please do.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Tartagula? 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 What? So the gnosis is the remains of the third descender.
She told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third
Yeah,
descender?
the gnosis!
So that's what the gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
Every gnosis is a person's remains. What the actual F?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it.
Yeah.
Which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
So every single gnosis they've taken so far has been the remains of a human. And in this case, it's the remains of a descender. She mentioned one of them. I'm the fourth descender. One of the gnosis are related to descenders, and two that have already... Wait.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender.
So it's the remains of the third... All of them are the remains of the third descender.
I wonder. Does your body also possess similar
We could
properties?
become gnosis? We could become gnosis?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right?
Are they explaining why we can do that now?
No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels
That's why we can use...
comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
No, I understand, Paimon, but I will not die. I will make sure.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like
I appreciate Paimon so much that she's like, I don't even want to talk about it.
Once Child recovers,
Yes.
let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers
Yep.
that way.
There we go. I agree.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Oh my.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for
Insane.
this moment as well.
Insane. This is the information that just dropped at the end of this.
She sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
And there'll never be a Hydro Archon again, right?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not.
Holy hell.
But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer.
Huh.
The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all.
Especially rain coming from Nouvellette as well.
And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
You saying it's all the same? Oh, look at... No! Holy hell! Jesus Christ Almighty tonight! Oh my... Is there an interlude? Is there an interlude? A character's involved in another quest. What quest are they involved in? We have to finish the good and evil quest, which is fine. Which is fine, I can do that. I have to finish this one. Which I think is, we have to complete. I thought I did this though. This is what's so interesting to me. I thought I did this. I guess we didn't complete the final rite. I guess we have to go back and like, oh, maybe we did, we just didn't. I thought we did. But I guess like we didn't finish that other part of it, which we can totally do. We're gonna be doing Jet's quest as well. So we're gonna do Jet's quest then, and that I'd say before we go anywhere here. We're gonna be finishing all that stuff. Holy hell. Holy freaking hell, guys.
More speed.
Absolutely insane. Let's chat. Let's chat for a bit. Well, let's talk to Nouvellette one more time. Let's talk to Nouvellette one more time. Oh.
It seems from your expressions that you
Oh wait,
still
we
have
can
to
ask
go
again
on.
if we want.
I will tell you the truth as I know it.
That's fine. Okay, thank you so much though.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan.
What he said before as well. So, I'm not gonna be... Okay, let's try and piece everything to happen together. So, we found out that Farina is now a real human. And the Hydro Archon is gone. Now, I thought they meant figuratively, but she's literally... She packed her bags, which was an amazing moment, by the way. It means so much to me that Farina's even able to become a human now. And it's such a human thing to pack your bags, to pack your own bags and leave and say, I'm tired. Those words mean the world to me. We have Linny and Lynette and Fremine who helped out throughout this whole thing and are now like happily about to start another magic show with Fremine being the assistant and Fremine making a friend. Incredible stuff as well. Focalor sacrificed themselves and the final thing they did was a performance. And it helps save I'm going crazy here, guys. It helps save Fontaine. Let's get this while we're doing this. It helps save Fontaine in the end. What Nouvellette did was turn everyone to real humans, so to speak, real humans, which is an insane thing even of itself. Like the idea that everyone here is now a real human. Everyone here has the human blood. No one will be dissolved if they touch the primordial water anymore, which is crazy, which is absolutely crazy. Such an amazing thing to do as well. For Nouvellette to do this thing for a place that he loves so dearly. He is a dragon, a sovereign dragon water, sovereign dragon water. And he was able to be able to do this because now he has the full power of a sovereign dragon. And now he's going to stay here and become basically what the Archon would be. And I think it's also just an incredible thing because like this is Nouvellette's story. Nouvellette, who is an outsider, who now is one of the most important people in the entirety of Fontaine, who felt like he didn't belong, but now he not only belongs, but he is crucial to the survival of Fontaine. He gave up the Gnosis because it is something that brings bad luck. But we found out that the freaking Gnosis are the remains of the third Descender. We are the fourth Descender. which means that we have that power, and that's probably why, like Paimon said, that we can frickin' use all these powers without a goddamn a vision. We have that power of a descender that we have the power to be able to become gnosis. We have the power then to use all these elements that can't be used by like we can use any element and then without a vision. This is crazy. All this stuff is crazy. It's so crazy. And that gnosis was given to the Fatui, which even Nouvelette said they probably have bad intentions for sure, but it's better for them to have it if it brings bad luck than for us to have it. But that's a crazy revelation with that too. We had with Child as well. We know that Child is going to be okay, and we're gonna have to ask some questions at some point. But Child is also a Child. We found out with Child that he was probably chosen to do this, and probably there's an idea. It's a theory that he is probably condemned originally because he interacted with that whale, and he originally interacted with that whale. The interaction with that whale brought forth all of this and awakened the narwhal, and unintentionally so. But he's so powerful that he was able to hold it back, and probably was holding it back and battling with the narwhal for such a long time. Can you imagine how long he was battling with the narwhal at that stage? And his master, Skirk, who mentioned that there is the master of the narwhal, who is probably similar to, and I'm guessing it is similar to the likes of Gold. Right? The idea of like what Gold can do, like on the levels of something from the Hexen Circle, right? Which I think is a very good way of describing things. We describe things by comparisons. Their design was so cool. Skirk seems, and again, the music was otherworldly. The music felt like it was from a different place. We said that it feels like it was from a different place. The narwhal felt like it was from a different universe, which it was. It's from the Primordial Sea, and Skirk as well also felt like they were from another world. It really felt like we stepped out of Genshin Impact for a second. I mean that in the best way possible. I don't mean as like, oh, like it was in Genshin. They were trying to show us like how different it was, how different it felt, and it really did feel different in that sense too. It felt so different. In the end, this was all a big a trick. I'm guessing Celestia probably was like, hey, I did what I had to do. Let's lower the waters again. And at that stage, like, they couldn't dissolve anybody. Now, people probably drowned. Let's be honest here. People probably drowned, but they did not dissolve because of what Nouvelette did in the end with the idea of justice. And we're heading to a nation of dragons and war, which to me is so exciting. Like, I'm not excited to be like, oh yes, war, yes. But in terms of a story, like, it's so interesting to be like, when we talked about war so much, to go to a place that is like full of war and already a war-torn place, maybe in a lot of ways, will be an interesting story beat as well. I'm so interested to find out more about Skirk. They said that, like, they were kind of holding a lot of stuff closer to chest, but they didn't mind sharing stuff too. I want to see Tartaglia again. With the Knave is definitely like, hey, I'll work with you again, no problem. I'll work with you again, no problem. But like, it all depends on the timing and all these situations. In the meantime, work with Lynette and Fremine. I'm sure they'll do a lot of good with you as well. This was a crazy time, an absolutely crazy time. I'm probably like, not forgetting stuff, but I will remember stuff afterwards. Because there's a lot of stuff that happened in this episode, like so much stuff happened in this episode that it's crazy. It's one of the craziest episodes in terms of reveals. We found out about the third descender. We found out about Child's trainer and the narwhal's creator. We found out about something that happened all the way back in Liyue with the whale and Child. All the way back then, we found out about it. We found out that they have the same power of Gold or the Rheindotter. We found out that Focalor for 500 years was basically like, and I would say like, I'm not trying to insult Focalor here, but Furina was held hostage for 500 years, and Furina for 500 years was an ordinary human, but had to play an Archon without any of the perks, had no perks whatsoever, and that's such an incredible story too. With also the way they did the prophecy in this, perfect. Absolutely perfect. The way that they defied the prophecy. There's a place where the gods can't even see, by the way. I thought it was going to be us, but it was actually the space in which Celestia couldn't even see Focalor, where they were and what they were doing, was in the Oratories. That's where they couldn't see. Their eyes couldn't get to there, in that sense. I cannot wait to do Furina's story. I will die for that girl, I really will. Navia, to me, her story was absolutely incredible in this as well as throughout the whole thing. Nervalet's build-up, so I think this was just like really perfect. I think this was perfect in a lot of ways. I think it was just so perfect. I can't wait to talk to Tartaglia again. I'm trying to think, is like, because there's so much stuff that was talked about and so much stuff that was done here. We're going to be meeting the captain, the next Fontaine, the next Harbinger. Yeah, this was all incredible. If I remember anything else, I will come back. And again, my mind is so like, my mind is burning, my body is burning. I'm like so like excited. I'm so like emotional. This was an emotional time. I was crying. I was happy. I was sad. I was euphoric. I had, you know, I was feeling all this stuff. I was drained. I was emotionally devastated. This was an incredible time. And I can't believe that like I got into this game this year, because we're coming close to the end of the year. And the fact that like I started off thinking, not thinking anything about this game, not knowing about this game, and now here I am having a love for a world that deserves to be loved so much. And I'm running back and forth, by the way, because while I love hearing all these characters talk, like I don't like to interrupt them, so I'm not letting them do their little speeches, because I know for a fact I'll feel bad interrupting them. Hi everyone, it's Calvin from the future, and I just want to say that hours afterwards, right, the Certology stuff to me is the most terrifying aspect of it. I know that's strange to say, but it's more terrifying because whenever we hear a name in this game, but we don't actually get any like confirmation on who it is, it's just a very terrifying thing to me. I know, does that make sense? Or it's like now there's just another person added to the mix that like is all like, because like the stuff like with the Hexen Circle stuff and the inversion of Genesis put my mind at ease a little bit, because I'm like, okay, at least we know that they're like not terrible witches, you know what I mean, that are talking to us. But now we have another name of another person who has similar power and goals to Gold that is going around the place. It's kind of scary. The other thing I wanted to say as well, I noticed as well when I was editing, like something that maybe slipped my mind. It didn't slip my mind, but maybe I just like, you know, didn't pick up on it. Like the idea of them saying the sinner, like calling people sinners. While I know what the original sin was, I wonder if like as well, like when we have these characters in this game, like we talked about the interlude quest with Dainsleif, was that also like the idea of like where they talked about someone being a sinner as well? And I'm wondering if like that's any relation to the Luma Fate as well. Maybe, I don't know if it could be just a different type of sinner, but like we'll see how it goes when things go forward. This was an incredible time, an absolutely incredible time. Furina is one of the most well-written characters in Genshin. Navi is one of the most well-written characters. Nervalette, like the Fontainian characters have such amazing arcs. It's incredible. I love the fact that we started with the pockets and we ended with the pockets. While everything else has changed, the meaning behind saving Fontaine has stayed the same, and that is the people around all of us that are amazing people. Guys, I'm going to end the video here. And first of all, I want to say something. The journey's not over. Of course it's not over. We have an interlude quest, we have the Natlan Archon quest coming up. And then after that, once we catch up, we have all the events, we have everything going forward, we have story quests, we have everything. So I will say to you guys right now, something though I do want to say to you. This is an emotional time for me because of, can we level this up? Can we level this up? Probably not. Oh. Yay! This is an emotional time for me because this is like getting all the way to Act 5. And what I will say to you is this. And I hope that you listen to me very closely. Genshin Impact has changed my life. And you guys have changed my life. And getting to witness a story like this has meant the world to me. And getting to witness it with all of you guys has also meant so much to me. And I'm getting really emotional right now because I don't want to sound so silly, but I appreciate all of you. I appreciate you coming along for this journey with me. And I cannot wait to get to Natlan and catch up with you guys. I really cannot wait. But also I know that it's very sad because catching up also means that we won't have these weekly stories all the time that we had. But I know I'm going to be along for the ride with many other rides with you guys as well. Thank you so much for everything you've done for me. Thank you for all the support, for all the characters, for everything. We're not done yet though. And I love you all. I'm going to have to say thank you to my patrons. Thank you so much to Never Can Repay the Baby Gangster on Patreon. Thank you so much to TieFirer2, Jamie Bull, Jana the Banana, The Ghost of Inazuma, Felicious Felix, Yule, Radish, Anusta, Malcolm Conde, Deathtrap, Lynx Marky, Assassin, Alpaca Juice, Ali, Xander Whatever, and Eopsy. You all mean the world to me. Let's do the thing. We could pick a Fontaine card, but we're not done with Fontaine, so I'm not going to pick a Fontaine card to do this. Let's do the thing.
Eye for an eye.
See you guys. Bye-bye.